Hey, Vsauce. Michael here. And here. Michael here. Hey, Vsauce.
What is here? What is there? What is there? What really exists? Do waves exist, or are there just things that are wavy? When does a piece of food stop being a piece of food and become me? Do chairs exist?
Ontology is the philosophy of existence, and chairs are what philosophers call ordinary objects. Ordinary objects are the plain old common sense things we deal with every day. Spoons, buckets, rocks, stuff like that. Their existence is as obvious as possible, but the more we try to suss out where they are, the more sus they become. First of all, sure, this could all be a dream. Maybe we've all been hallucinating chairs all these years. Or this could be part of the simulated reality, pumped into our brains while our bodies are harvested for energy. But underneath that skepticism, there's a deeper ontological question we need to answer first. Regardless of whether this spoon is made of real atoms or simulated atoms, is it really possible to be made of something? Take a look at these two things. As we all know, 2 minus 1 is 2. There are two things here. There's an origami crane and a piece of paper. I'm just kidding, of course. There's just one thing. The crane and the paper are the same. But watch this. Where'd the crane go? If the paper and the crane were truly identical, they would share everything in common. But clearly, they don't. The paper can survive being unfolded, and the crane cannot. Also, I made the crane, but I didn't make the paper. And the paper was around before the crane. You know, for two things that are the same, they sure are different. This relationship is called constitution. Paper constitutes the crane. It's a one-to-one relationship. But there's another kind of being made of going on here too. This paper, for example, is made not of one other thing, but of sextillions of things. Fundamental subatomic particles, electrons and quarks, or strings, or physical and virtual fields. This many-to-one relationship is called composition. Philosophers call whatever it is that matter is ultimately composed of simples. A simple is a thing that, unlike a piece of paper, has no parts, no substructure, not even a top or bottom. Now, it could be the case that there are no simples, that there's just a never-ending chain of smaller and smaller substructure. Philosophers call such a reality a gunky universe. If structure never ends in the other direction and everything turns out to be part of something bigger with no final complete composite, that is known as a junky universe. Point is, believing ordinary objects exist and are made up of smaller things is quite common. It's called ontological reductionism. It's the position that wholes are nothing more than their parts. But our crane and our paper challenge that notion. It seems like being made of some things is different than just being those things. Let's agree on what it means to exist. Let's say that for something to exist is simply for there to be more than zero of it. So Pegasus exists if we mean, are there any winged horses in works of fiction and mythology? And Pegasus does not exist if we mean, are there any physical, flesh and blood winged horses that evolved on Earth through natural selection? Okay, so if we can agree on that, then of course chairs exist. There's this one right here. I can see it, and I can feel it, and I can taste it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's kind of dry, a little bit salty. Dry and salty are what we call properties. Properties tell us what things are like. For example, this slice of cheese is floppy. By noticing and sharing properties, we can let each other know what to expect from things. And we all more or less agree on what things there are. We give names to stuff, and if they catch on, we put them in dictionaries with the word noun next to them. But are all of these nouns an inventory of the universe or an inventory of things we made? Let me put it this way. Do islands exist? Well, it's in the dictionary, and a quick look around confirms that there are more than 0 islands. So, yes, islands exist. But what about in-cars? An in-car is a car that is in a garage. As a car leaves a garage, an in-car diminishes at the threshold until it collapses into non-existence. Later, an extremely similar in-car may emerge at the same threshold when the car returns. Are there any cars in garages right now? Well, if so, then in-cars exist. But you might be thinking, that's not a thing. You just made that up. And it's silly. Being in a garage is just a property that a car can have. Stop trying to make in-cars a thing. Okay, but first of all, I didn't make it up. Eli Hirsch did. And second of all, if you think in-cars aren't things, wait until you hear about islands. An in-car might just be a relation between a car and a garage, but an island is just a relation between land and some water. Now, of course, island might be a more useful concept than in-car, but does that make islands objectively more real than in-cars? And what about trogs? A trog is an object whose parts are a tree and whatever dog is nearest. Here's a picture of one. Do you see the trog? This is its tree part and this is its dog part. You might be thinking, come on, how can that be a thing? The tree and the dog aren't even connected. Well, so what? These two pieces of fabric aren't connected, and yet they are a thing called a bikini. Now, sure, if we cut down this tree and burn it for warmth, we don't feel the need to apologize to what's left of the trog for destroying its tree part. But maybe we should? What if some extraterrestrials showed up and said they thought dogs and trees composed trogs? Would they be wrong? Could we convince them otherwise? Ontological realists believe that we could, that there really is a mind-independent answer to the question, what is there? People like Theodore Sider believe that the universe has joints and that we can cut up reality into objective, real things by finding them. Ontological anti-realists disagree. Their position is that what we think there is just one way to cut up reality. It's a good one for us and our needs, but it's not objectively more true than any other. So, who's right? Well, if these blocks compose a tower, what do they compose now? Just because we don't have a name for this doesn't necessarily mean I haven't accidentally built something, does it? When do two or more things compose something else? Peter Van Inwagen calls this the special composition question. In Material Beings, he considers possible answers. Maybe things compose something only when they're in contact. Well, that's a good thought, but it doesn't explain how a bikini can be a thing, or why two books are still just two books when one is stacked on top of the other. You know, maybe a certain degree of fixation is required, or a melding. If a surgeon sewed us together and the skin healed with no seam and we shared the same blood supply, you know, even then, it would seem wrong to say that we'd become some new kind of animal. There'd still just be me and you, but like stuck together. The philosophy of parts and wholes is called mereology, and mereological universalism is the belief that there is an answer to the special composition question. And the answer is this: any assortment of stuff, no matter how strange or scattered across time and space composes a thing. Some pages compose these books, but I don't just have 2 books here. Oh no, there's also a third thing. Let's call it a took, because its parts are 2 books. There is also something composed of my left ear, the northern third of every brown trout in England, and the Eiffel Tower. Just because it doesn't have a name, and no one's ever talked about it before, just shows a lack of interest on our part. To a universalist, eliminating some composites but not others is just too arbitrary. We may as well accept them all. Eliminativism is any belief that accepts some composites but eliminates others. Peter Van Inwagen, for example, believes that there are no ordinary objects. No chairs or shirts or shoes. Right here, there are just some simples, atoms or whatever, arranged shoe-wise. There isn't something else here called a shoe. But he thinks that because people believe that they themselves exist, and he can't see how something could believe it existed without existing in the first place to even think that, there must be people. He goes further, though, to argue that all living things exist. While admitting he doesn't have any knockdown arguments in their favor, he mentions that because simples that are part of a living organism maintain the organism, while shedding some members and gaining others, all while remaining individuated from other organisms, unlike, say, waves of water at the moment of collision, clearly, simples in the act of a life must compose something. That position is called organicism. It's been called the belief that people exist, but none of them wear clothes. Mereological nihilism is less generous. It's the belief that there are no trogs or in-cars or dogs or trees, because nothing ever composes. Now, the nihilist does not believe that there is nothing here. There are lots of simples, but that's it. Now, that might sound puzzling. How can a bunch of fundamental particles arranged into atoms and molecules that are arranged like this not be a chair? I mean, that's just what a chair is. Well, good question. Let's call that deflationism, the belief that this is all silly and that all these positions are just talking past one another. I mean, they all agree on what reality contains. They all believe that there are simples here and that those simples are arranged into a chair shape. And since that's just what a chair is, they all believe in chairs. Those who say they don't are just being weird and contrarian. Deflationism has many supporters, and it truly is the heart of our issue today. But to address it, we should first see why it would be nice if all these parts did not form a chair. Let's begin with over-determination. If chairs really do exist, shouldn't they be able to interact with us? The thing is, though, everything this alleged chair can do can be described by referencing the behavior of simples here and any other simples that happen to come along. An account of the activities of every atom in this room leaves nothing for the chair to explain. Composites are causally redundant. Believing in chairs is like believing that while, yes, the burning gas from my stove completely describes why the water in the pot boils, there's also a magical invisible substance called boilo that comes out of my stove and does the same thing as the flame at the same time, and if there was no boilo, the flame would warm the water just the same, but there is boilo. Chairs are no more real than boilo. Composites overdetermine what happens in the world. They also lead to overcounting. For more on that, let's say hello to this video's sponsor. Hi, I'm Michael Stevens. You may know me from such films as Lady Gaga, Judas Parody, Key of Awesome number 42, and The Emoji Movie. But today, I'm here to talk to you about the Curiosity Box. This season, our subscribers will be receiving many things, including a shirt celebrating the Sherman line, a kit to find out what kind of bacteria grows on you, a puzzle that celebrates the average color of Neptune, and yes, also Uranus, and the first ever at-home demonstration of impossible colors. And right now, if you subscribe with code BOGO, We'll also send you our entire summer box completely free. Just pay shipping. How many things will you be receiving for this one ridiculously low price? Well, you might think 15. 8 things plus 7 things. But don't forget that you're also getting this entire collection and this entire collection. That's 17 things. Order now. That's a good deal. But the ontology seemed wrong. If I count some parts, I shouldn't also count the whole they compose. But if you believe in composite objects, you must, right? I mean, after all, the composite exists. So if this chair contains, say, 100 sextillion atoms, then there are actually at least 100 sextillion and 1 things here. All of the atoms and also the chair. That seems wrong. But wait, there's more. If I take a knife and scrape off a tiny part of this chair, is it still a chair? I think most of us would say that yes, it is still a chair, and it would still be a chair even if I removed a tiny bit again and again. A series of tiny, innocuous removals is called a Sorites sequence. The trouble they cause is that while it seems we must accept that each individual step doesn't annihilate the chair, clearly enough minute removals will eventually leave us with no chair. Nothing at all, in fact. But how can that be? How can subtracting 0 over and over again ever give a different result? Well, clearly, there must be a point at which a tiny change does make a difference. Now, different people might give different answers as to where that line is, but, we could just stipulate the boundaries. We could define chair in some extremely precise way. If we did that, if we defined the shape, function, and history that makes something a chair so precisely that even the smallest deviation could make or break its status as a chair, how could we know if we'd done it right? If we called up God and said, hey, dude, watch this. Okay, see this chair? Well, okay, now we're gonna remove a single atom from it. Ta-da! It's no longer a chair, is it? Would God be like, correct. You guys nailed it. That is exactly right. It was a chair before, and now, in my infinite wisdom, I can confirm that that single atom was exactly what made the difference. Unless there's some explanation for why a boundary should be drawn in a precise way instead of some other way, our stipulations are just arbitrary. Ordinary objects may be unredeemably vague. But being vague may actually be a feature of ordinary objects. For example, how many people is a crowd? 10 people standing together in a huge empty park might be more of like a group, but 10 people standing further apart in a tiny waiting room will feel way more crowded. The fact that our terms depend on context, that they're plastic, makes it seem less and less like they're describing things and more like they're pragmatic, that rather than telling us what there is, they tell us what to expect. Peter Unger has pointed out that there's at least one kind of thing that can survive a Sorites sequence without paradox. Stuff. If you innocuously remove tiny pieces from something that is just some stuff, you will still have some stuff after each step until you reach a clear and unambiguous boundary. When the last piece is removed, there will no longer be any stuff. This might show that there are composite objects. Stuff. As soon as we pretend that some stuff is a thing, though, vagueness sets in. Suddenly, we're talking about a thing that can lose parts but also can't lose parts, and unless contradictions can exist, words like chair just don't really refer to anything in the universe. Sorites sequences lead to other problems too, like the problem of the many. If removing a tiny number of atoms from this chair leaves me with a chair, well, how many chairs are here? Like, okay, there's this one, but then there's also this one, which is really similar to the first, but it doesn't have these atoms on top of it. You know, I don't have to remove atoms for this to be a problem. All I have to do is try to define which atoms here are part of the chair and which aren't. At the atomic level, there isn't a definite boundary. Near the edge, it will be hard to tell whether a particular molecule is part of the moisture in the chair or part of the ambient humidity. Instead of there being a single chair here, it seems like really there are billions and billions of candidates for the chair. Which one is the chair? But now, suppose that instead of removing pieces, like in a Sorites sequence, or choosing pieces, like in the problem of the many, we instead discard pieces and replace them with new, similar pieces. This is the setup to the famous Ship of Theseus paradox. Suppose I buy a boat and name it Theseus. Over time, parts of the boat wear out, and I replace them with brand new parts. After, say, 10 years, well, I might realize that not a single part of my boat was part of the boat on the day I bought it. Do I now own a different boat? Have I owned two boats? But now suppose that someone has been following me around all these years and has been picking up each old part I throw out and storing them away in a warehouse. After I've replaced all the original parts, they take them and join them back the way they were 10 years ago. Which boat is Theseus? Both? If we conclude that ordinary objects don't exist, the problems of Sorites, the many, Theseus, overdetermination, and overcounting all evaporate. If there are only simples and they never compose anything, then which one is the Ship of Theseus is easy to answer. Neither. Neither are the boat, and nothing ever was the boat. All that happened was that some simples got moved around. The simples the scavenger has are the simples I possessed when I bought the boat, but there's no mystery of persistence. Removing or exchanging a piece of stuff never left me with the same stuff. There's also no mystery as to which of the billions of chair candidates here is the chair. And the removal of no specific atoms will ever stop it from being a chair, because there is no chair here, and there never was. There are only simples arranged chairwise. The illusion that there are composites that can survive changes in their parts is an artifact of our minds. It's a helpful one that allows us to track certain properties and ignore others, but when taken seriously, it obviously is not really how the universe works. And that's okay. We shouldn't be embarrassed when we talk about boats or chairs. Our words for ordinary objects really do refer to actual phenomena, and therefore are more correct than believing that, say, the sun turned into a black hole yesterday. Unlike the false statement that chairs exist, there is no evidence that saying the sun turned into a black hole yesterday could even be incorrectly describing. Because of this, Trenton Merricks calls the belief in ordinary objects false, but nearly as good as true. This is all silly though, right? I mean, of course there are chairs. If you believe that there are some simples arranged chairwise, then you admit there's a chair, because that just is what a chair is. It's not some additional thing over and above these simples, it just is them. Each is still an atom or electron or whatever, but together they are a chair. Well, not so fast there, chair lover. What do you mean a chair is simples arranged chairwise? The phrase simples arranged chairwise just picks out these simples. There's nothing else for that phrase to refer to. There aren't these simples and then also some other simples that are the simples arranged chairwise. So, do you mean that chair is a disguised plural? That it refers to lots of things, just like the phrase these books? Because these books only commits us to the existence of this book and this book, but not an additional object that's called a these books. Likewise, if chair just means this simple and that simple, well then it points to a whole bunch of things, and not one of them is a chair. Sure, chairs exist if by chair we mean a word for all these simples, but if by chair we mean an actual object in the universe, there just aren't any, my friend. Except maybe there is no chair over and above the simples, but instead, something happens when an assortment of simples are arranged into a chair shape. Each member continues to be a single atom or whatever, but collectively, they all simultaneously become one thing, a chair. Okay, so then either there's no chair here, just simples, or somehow a miraculous contradiction has appeared, many things, and also one thing that, despite both clearly differing in that respect, are still identical. It looks like chairs cannot be identical to the parts they're supposedly composed of, but chairs also can't be different from their composite parts because there's nothing else there. And after counting and accounting for their parts, there's nothing left for the existence of a chair to cause or explain. To rescue chairs from non-existence, we need to find a way to show that a chair is independent of its atoms and therefore distinct from them, but not so distinct that it's impossibly over and above them. We need to find a way to make chairs ontologically innocent, to have our cake and not have it too. Amy Thomason does this in a very clever way. She points out that if I ask you, hey, is there anything in the fridge? And you look inside and see that it's empty and say, there's nothing in it, it would be weird if I came over, looked inside myself, found a single eyelash in the corner and said, excuse me, what is this? You said there was no thing in the fridge, but there was an eyelash. And gosh dang it, the whole thing is actually full of air. Now that would be weird because when I asked if there was anything in the fridge, it was implied that I meant anything to eat. By arguing that the empty fridge is not really empty, I was using the word thing in what Thomason calls a neutral sense. I used it to mean any and all entities that could possibly be described. But you took me to be using thing in what she calls a sortal sense. A sortal is a term that tells us what a thing is in a way that allows us to count how many there are and know when there is or isn't one. Water is not a sortal. If I told you there was water in my basement and you asked, how many waters? I'd have to use a sortal to answer you. For example, gallons of water. Thomason argues that the neutral use of thing is meaningless when used to ask questions. For example, if I used thing in a neutral sense and asked how many orange things are in this video, you would have no idea how I wanted you to carve it all up. Thus, there would be no single correct answer. You might say, one orange thing, your shirt? But then I could say, what? No, there's my left sleeve, my right sleeve, the inside of the shirt, the outside of the shirt. Come on, there's way more than one. Unless we use sortals, any search for what things there are will end in confusion. Not because there are no things, but because it hasn't been made clear what conditions to apply when searching. For Thomason, this means that what we find depends on what application conditions we use. If I ask if there's anything here that the condition smaller than a molecule applies to, you could note each such thing and give me an inventory. Chair would not be on that list. But if I asked you if there were any medium-sized, rigid according to human strength things here, chair would probably go on your list, and no single atom would.
Yep, head bang.
If an application condition is satisfied in the world, then the thing it describes exists. So, chairs do exist. If the application conditions for one thing are also sufficient for something else, then if we find the first thing, we have found the other because its existence is entailed, analytically, by the existence of the first thing, that is, by meaning and logic alone. For example, if I say that I live in a house, you can conclude, without looking, that I live in a building. There's no paradox here. I don't live in a house and a building, two distinct things that defy the laws of physics by being co-located. Instead, the conditions that apply to a house are also sufficient for a building. So, a single chair is not impossibly identical to some collection of many, nor is it somehow over and above its parts. Instead, atoms arranged chairwise merely logically entail a chair. The entailment connects things differentiated by distinct application conditions. When we ask, which one is the ship of Theseus? A puzzle erupts because we're being too neutral. We need to say what we mean by ship of Theseus. If we mean the original parts, then this is it. Do we mean the thing registered to me by the boat authorities? Well, then it's this one. But which is the real one is an incomplete pseudo question. When it comes to Sorites sequences, I think we need to just stipulate where the boundary is. I don't think there's an objective answer provided by the universe or God as to what exactly is and is not a chair. But that doesn't have to mean that there aren't any chairs. It can just mean that every single collection of symbols is its own unique object, independent of our minds, and that we get to decide which to call chairs. Vagueness comes from our minds and our language, but there are no vague objects in the universe. We don't have to believe that our reality is simulated, but I do think we have to believe that it's stipulated. It is a reality that contains not what intelligent machines have decided to give us, but what we have decided we have. There's no fact of the matter as to whether calling this a star is the true way to carve up this stuff. It's a pretty useful way to do it and helpful for at least human purposes, but star is a thing we imposed on the world. As Michael Jubian puts it, there are no things, but as a consequence, there are as many things as we like. Now, as for the problem of the many, we can simply just admit that there really are billions of slightly different chairs here. Some include a few boundary atoms that others don't, but since they all act and react pretty much in unison, in our daily lives, it just doesn't matter which exact material collection we mean when we say this chair. However, let's go back to our cranes. When we talked about holes, we said that holes might be ontologically parasitic, that their existence seems to require the existence of something else, something that can host the hole. Perhaps our crane is holy too. Not a physical thing in its own right, but a disturbance in some paper. There is no material crane here, there's only some paper arranged crane-wise. But once we start entertaining that notion, we realize that nearly everything we see and feel, all ordinary objects and even ourselves, are ontological parasites. Michael Jubian calls our tendency to think that what is true of a chair is true of the material that is chairing object fixation or property repression. Object fixation is useful and nearly as good as true, but when paradoxes loom, we should remember that while chairs do exist, they are not made out of matter and cannot be touched or felt or tasted. All I can do is taste some stuff while it chairs. If it looks like a duck, swims like a duck, and quacks like a duck, then it's not a duck, but it is arranged duckwise. I think that the only concrete physical things in our universe are simples. Or, since our universe could be gunky, the material world only contains stuff. And yes, this stuff is chairing. But the road paved by the idea that that makes this stuff a chair leads to paradox. To see how we could have made that mistake, let's remember the famous Clintonian dictum that often it depends on what the meaning of is. There's the is of predication, which tells us what something is like, as in, this cheese is floppy. And then there's the is of identity, which tells us what is the same as what. For example, 2 + 2 is 4. To believe that chairs are made of matter, to believe that you are made of matter, is to confuse these two ises. When a collection of properties are extremely thorough in telling us what to expect from some stuff, we tend to just go ahead and noun them, collapse them into a single word, and believe it doesn't just describe some stuff, but refers to it. I think we have an intuitive sense of the thoroughness of properties, and this can be seen in how we order our adjectives. Big can mean many things. A big diamond and a big house are very different in size. Blue tells me a bit more about what to expect, but cheeseburger, oh, that's specific. So specific, in fact, that we call it a noun. The increasing thoroughness may be partly responsible for the fact that big blue cheeseburger sounds fine, but blue big cheeseburger sounds kind of weird. When we embrace the idea that cheeseburgers are not physical objects, but instead exist as an abstract set of properties like juicy, warm, soft, and so on, the specter of ontological paradox dissipates. You and I are not physical objects either. Michaeline is a bunch of different properties, and most of them are very vague. They include things like knowing who Kevin is, being more or less a certain height, having a roughly continuous relationship with the stuff that was Michaeline yesterday. Now, some of what it means to Michael does concern composition, like the fact that I will still exist even if I shave off the stuff I call my beard. If I shaved off my beard, there would still be some stuff Michaeline, but it would be different stuff than it was before. We are able to lose parts and change and grow because we are not made of matter. We are hosted by matter. As Alan Watts would say, the universe doesn't contain people, the universe peoples. Chairs and tables and rocks and buckets and people are not made of atoms. They are performed by atoms. We are disturbances in stuff, and none of it is us. This stuff right here is not me. It's just meing. We are not the universe seeing itself. We are the seeing. I am not a thing that dies and becomes scattered. I am death, and I am the scattering. And as always, thanks for watching. As always, links to read and learn more can be found down in the description below. There's also a link down there to subscribe to the Curiosity Box. If you subscribe now, this will be your first box. But remember, use code BOGO and we'll send you our summer box as well, completely free. Give your brain a treat. Support Vsauce, support Alzheimer's research and creators everywhere by joining today. I'll see you there. And as always, thanks for watching.
If you don't want your favorite creators to make slop, support them on Patreon. I'm going to ask a question nobody has ever dared to ask. Why? Because it's a f***ing stupid question. Yet it's a question that will lead us to deep insights. Insights about what we value as a society, and what we define as beauty. This question will help us to understand how art evolves to push the boundaries of culture. We will analyze some of the most depraved images to ever be posted to the internet. We will weave our way through art history and deconstruct some of the most revolutionary and important artworks. And hopefully, through our psychic adventure, we can find the answer to this question. Is fetish art avant-garde? Off. 9/11 has to happen right now. Fetish art is something that eventually infects every community on the internet. Like a cancer, it's something most will never think about until they come face to face with its presence. And also like a cancer, it varies in severity. Some is tasteful, born from the hands of skilled craftsmen who want nothing more than to walk in the footsteps of their favorite artists and cartoonists. However, some is so depraved, so abstract, viewers can't help but gaze in awe like some sort of freak sideshow, engaging briefly in the world of someone you didn't know existed, only to scroll past it as fast as possible and pretend nothing happened. Sadly for me, this video is not about the work that could be deemed acceptable. This is about the outsiders, the trailblazers, the psychonauts. For it is here the bounds of the human mind are pushed to their limits. Take, for our first example, For Every Real Tied Up Basil, an artwork posted to DeviantArt on September 7th, 2010 by user Ray15. This image depicts Basil of Baker Street from the 1986 Disney film The Great Mouse Detective. Basil is bound in rubber bands foreverreal, a word that Ray15 made up for the purpose of describing his abstract work. Also, I believe he's trying to create an adverb for forever without realizing that forever is already an adverb. Anyways, in this comic, Basil's insides have been delatized, a process in which one's internal organs are turned into deli meat and cheese. A word that Ray15 has also made up. The style is the bare minimum you could do in MS Paint. Big round shapes, paint bucket fills, and thin black outlines. The kind of thing you did for fun when you were a kid, but the only issue here is that Ray15 was 26 in 2010. But the best is yet to come. Nested above this image is a wall of text describing what is happening in the scene. And as a treat for you, I've hired my low-frequency friend Duncan Clark to read the text, and he'll be reading it to you like a bedtime story.
Foreverreal tied-up Basil, fully permanently delatized, full permanent baloney head, and a full permanent baloney body, with 2 permanent baloney feet, a permanent pastrami nose, and a permanent bologna ham and cream cheese tongue, 2 permanent ham lips, and a mixture of tomato, pizza, barbecue, and taco sauce, running through permanent bologna veins to all permanent bologna organs and permanent bologna insides, as foreverreal tied-up Basil blood type, fully wrapped, all foreverreally tied up all over, from fully delatized head to fully delatized foot, rope mummified, leaving only head and feet visible through bondage.
This is just one of 11 images on his DeviantArt page following the theme of cartoon mouse being foreverreal bound and delatized. They sit among other posts of colored pencil mice, MS Paint battle axes, and this questionable piece entitled Fantasy Flag, Finland. But I've chosen this image as it's the best example of what makes internet fetish art so fascinating. Fetish art's so abstract, so idiosyncratic, that Ray15 is probably the only person to have ever thought about this and be aroused by it. There's a novelty here that the great artists of history wished they could have captured in their work. Ideas so subversive, they're in a class all their own. These works of fetish art aren't building upon a canon. They aren't standing on the shoulders of giants the way most art does. This work exists in a sublime space of awe and terror. The specificity, the crude handling, the feeling upon viewing it that you've accidentally stumbled up into someone's property and need to leave as fast as possible. It feels as if Ray15 is using DeviantArt as a random art repository to keep his work safe so he can come back and view it later, like a serial killer hiding bones in the woods. Well, Ray15's work is just one of thousands of specific, crude, and novel images that dot internet image boards. John Cena in a diaper, JJ Jett playing with a masculine body, my close personal friend J-Reg dipping a miniature version of himself into a cup of tea. One of the first things I learned about Greg is there's a plethora of hand-drawn Greg porn that I do my best to avoid at all costs. Although sometimes I lose that battle. This is DeviantArt user Jord Balata. On their account, they have almost 400 images of cartoon characters mid-spin. That's it. Everyone from Meg Griffin to May from Pokemon to Lynn Loud Jr., a small side character on the Nickelodeon show Loud House. You know what? Just search Tornado Spin on DeviantArt and you'll find like hundreds of people who only have portfolios comprised of characters in mid-spin. There's so much variety in fetish art that it'd be easier to list what I haven't seen than what I have seen. But what's so alluring about this work? Why is it that we keep making videos on it, reposting it, and talking about this work? You clicked on this video, so you're obviously interested. It's clearly a fascination that goes beyond morbid curiosity. There's something deeply moving about these images that isn't entirely obvious if you just take them at face value as weird internet fetish art. It's only when you accept the fact that these images may have artistic merit that you can understand what makes them so special, and furthermore, what makes them avant-garde. And it's only when you gain the context of art history that these images begin to make sense. And to get that, we have to go back to the early 19th century at the precipice of modernism, when the function of art in society shifted and our understanding of beauty was usurped from aristocratic institutions and reborn to represent new futures and the common man. It's the birth of the avant-garde. Browsing the internet without a VPN is like sitting at a coffee shop and announcing everything you're doing on your laptop. Whenever you go online, your device is broadcasting all your information for service providers, hackers, and even governments to see. That's where today's sponsor, Private Internet Access, comes in. Private Internet Access is a powerful, no-logs VPN that hides your IP address and encrypts your connection in a secure tunnel, keeping your data safe whether you're at home or on public Wi-Fi. In fact, it's the only VPN proven in court to not log your data. With 91 countries countries, all 50 US states, and unlimited device support. You can stream geo-restricted content, access region-specific deals, and protect your entire household, all with a single subscription. Private internet access is trusted by over 30 million users, backed by third-party audits, and offers a 30-day money-back guarantee. I literally just used it to watch the Super Bowl on Tubi, as it wasn't streaming in Canada. Well, I just watched the halftime show, but still. And right now, you can get 83% off, making it $2.03 a month, plus 4 months free. If you somehow don't have a VPN yet, now is the time to get one. Do it now before it's too late, and you get your identity stolen on December 7th, 2025 at 7:50 p.m., Billy Bishop Airport, Toronto, Ontario. Click the link in the description, piavpn.com/artchad, to protect your digital life. I kind of got like the CJ thing going on right now, but you know what the difference between me and CJ is? CJ drinks big Napa Cab Sauves, and I drink bourbon. I'm drinking Heaven Hill bottled in bond. 7 years old, 100 proof, straight out of Louisville, Kentucky. Fuck with me. Art, as we understand it, is a relatively new phenomenon. Looking back at the last 100 years, we have an immense variation of styles, all trying to capture something different. All trying to reinvent what art is. This myriad of movements is the artist's attempt to rip art out of its old historical context and reimagine it as its own practice. Free from religion, aristocracy, royalty, and political goals. This is modern art. Art made during the modern period, in which the primary goal was experimentation. The French phrase l'art pour l'art, or arts for art's sake, best encapsulates this shift. It suggests that art doesn't need to serve religion, politics, or morality. It can exist for its own sake, for its own beauty and exploration. In simpler terms, when your boy goes to art school because he was good at drawing hentai and comes back from his first semester with shit that looks like this is the tradition he's building on. But to understand why modern art is so focused on experimentation, we have to learn what art used to be, and how historical events reshaped its purpose. What's important here is that modern art is a clean breakaway from what art used to be. It used to be something that was seen as more of a trade than creativity or artistry as we know it today. Artists were hired by people, usually the church, royalty, or aristocrats, to create commissions. These commissions were done with little creative freedom and always built upon pre-existing styles. Everything from Byzantine icon paintings to Celtic illuminated manuscripts to the Sistine Chapel was created with exact specifications, handlings, and ratios. For example, Leonardo da Vinci didn't paint the Mona Lisa because he wanted to explore the temporal dialectics of the superego or some shit a contemporary artist would say. He did it because he was hired to do so. It's just a commission piece of a nobleman's wife. The guy who hired him doesn't even have a fucking Wikipedia page. Another example. Jacques-Louis David didn't paint Napoleon crossing the Alps because he wanted to explore the power relation between the masculine and queering of the exterior space and the equestrian lens through feminine paint handling. I don't know, I'm just making shit up now. He did it because the King of Spain hired him to do so as a gift to Napoleon to commemorate the repairing of their relationship. However, as we know, this formulaic and commission-centered approach to art making didn't last forever. Artists began experimenting and working idiosyncratically to create new styles and capture subject matter never before represented in a work of art. But how did this change take place? Well, like everything we love in the West, it all started with the French Revolution. I think this is like the 4th time on this channel I pivoted to talking about the upheaval of the French Revolution challenged long-standing monarchical and aristocratic structures. The usurping of King Louis XVI opened up new possibilities for what society could be. Man is now free from serving God or the kingdom and asks himself what he has to offer the world free from these constraints. What man can do serving no master but himself. This is the beginning of liberalism as we know it. In this newfound freedom, dialogue began to take place on this very topic. Without the king, the social functions of art, science, and technology were called into question and had to be reinvented. Enter Olin Rodriguez, the French thinker who coined the term avant-garde. In his 1825 essay, The Artist, the Scientist, and the Industrialist, Rodriguez makes the case that social change begins with the artist, as the artist is the first person to explore new ideas that others will follow. He refers to the artist as the avant-garde, the advance guard, or the vanguard, a division of the French military that would do reconnaissance missions at night and scout areas for the rest of the army to follow. Rodriguez is claiming that new ideas and ways of thinking must first be explored by the artist, as it's the only medium reactionary enough to capture life in its truest form. After this, others may follow in the artist's footsteps to further solidify these ideas. On this, he says,
"We artists will serve you as an avant-garde. The power of the arts is most immediate. When we want to spread new ideas, we inscribe them on marble or canvas. What a magnificent destiny for the arts is that of exercising a positive power over society, a true priestly function and of marching in the van of all intellectual faculties."
This concept of creating new ideas in art making hadn't spread yet. But the seed was planted and ready to grow. Who was truly the first avant-garde artist is up for debate. Now, I'll be honest. I just want to talk about this artist because I think he's really cool. But there's a strong case to be made that Francisco Goya was truly the first avant-garde artist, albeit in a retcon sense. Being the court painter of Spain, Goya was tasked with creating royal portraits and commissions the way any court painter was. During the Peninsular War from 1808 to 1814, Goya kept his job as court painter even though the King of Spain had been replaced by Napoleon's brother Joseph I. What followed in Spain was 6 bloody years of guerrilla uprisings against the French occupation. After the end of the war and the reinstating of the Spanish king, Goya asked if he could paint a picture depicting the horrors inflicted on the Spanish people by the French. The works that followed were titled The 2nd of May, 1808, and the 3rd of May, 1808. Goya was not commissioned to do these paintings. They had no grander purpose other than communicating the plight of the common man in Spain during the French occupation. These works depicting everyday life were done so on his own volition. He used his platform to amplify the voices of the powerless and paint life in a way that no one had painted it before. Now, although this is a strong case, and I fucking love Goya, it's widely accepted that Gustave Courbet is truly the first avant-garde modern artist. Just bear with, I swear this video is still about fucking Sonic fetish art or some shit. I think, just bear with me, okay? We'll get back to Harley Quinn farts in like 20, maybe 30 minutes. Just let me cook. This is really interesting. You see this? Is that gonna hold you off? Is that gonna hold you off while I rant about our history? Are we good? Cool, fuck. Anyways, Gustave Courbet was born to a wealthy farm family with strong anti-monarchical ties in 1819. In 1839, he moved to Paris to study law, but quickly became enamored with painting as he saw the masterworks displayed at the Louvre. His father consented to him switching professions and would financially support him as he began his art practice. Courbet would hone his style copying the works of the famous Spanish painter Diego Velázquez, and by the age of 25 had his first work accepted into the Salon, the largest art exhibition in Paris at the time. Now, after the Second French Revolution of 1848, that liberalism thing that everyone was talking about was pretty much here to stay. It was like Air Force Ones, you know, they were in and they were out, and now they're back in. They're so back in. Everyone's like, you know, this is the shoe. This is like the norm. This is the shoe. This is like, if there's a platonic ideal of a shoe, this is it. Anyway, liberalism's here to stay. And Courbet was invigorated to cover more bold and unconventional subject matter. Hence, it was during a visit to his hometown of Ornans on the rural countryside of Paris, he would paint his 2 most groundbreaking works, Stonebreakers and Burial at Ornans. Both paintings were a major departure from the neoclassical and romantic style that had dominated French artwork for the first half of the 19th century. The handling was bold, unconventional, and frantic. But more importantly, the subject matter was not idealistic or aristocratic, but rather mundane and ordinary, depicting peasants going about their lives in rural France. In Stonebreakers, his subjects are engaged in back-breaking labor, and in Funeral at Ornans, his subjects are mourning the loss of a loved one. These works were not created to venerate the subjects or idealize life in rural France. They were made to depict the life of a regular person as it really was, something that had never been done in art before. This new way of art making would garner him much fame in his lifetime, as he entered the upper echelon of French thinkers, docking cocks with the French poet Charles Baudelaire and the French thinker Pierre-Joseph Proudhon. Courbet's position as the GOAT would be solidified when critics started calling his style
realism,
and other artists would follow in his footsteps, painting in this realist style. Not realism like it looks realistic, but realism in the sense that its subject matter covers a realistic depiction of life, in retaliation to the idealistic representations in previous art movements. On this, Courbet would say,
painting can only consist of the representation of things both real and existing. An abstract object, invisible or non-existent, does not belong in the domain of painting. Show me an angel and I'll paint one.
Now you're probably asking, if modern art is avant-garde, and the avant-garde is supposed to be the literal vanguard for societal change, how exactly did realism affect society? Well, the answer is simple.
Class consciousness.
Courbet's paintings, along with other works of the time, represent the beginning of class consciousness and social awareness under the Industrial Revolution. Of course, this awareness had been prevalent in France at the time, and I'm not saying these people came up with the concept of class consciousness, but this is the first time there was imagery and unity around this concept. When Courbet paints Stonebreakers, he's not simply painting a pretty countryside scene. He's articulating a sudden awareness that people are now subject to industrial labor. He's representing and putting imagery to a new plight the poor have to go through. The artist is reacting to what's in front of him. Changes are happening in society and the artist is on the front line to crystallize it. Imagery for others to then write about, philosophize on, and further describe. Imagine it like an explorer finding a new animal for the first time. The animal has no name, Nobody knows what it does, how it eats, how it lives. Nothing is known about the animal. But the animal exists. And for the first time, it's there in front of you. And now the real work can begin. Drawing porn of it. Realism will begin a long line of art movements exploring new ideas, breaking down form and asking what art can do for society. However, it was still using the visual language of the art movements that came before it. Courbet was, after all, a classically trained painter. It wasn't until the next generation of artists that the form of painting itself would be deconstructed. The artist Edouard Manet would follow in Courbet's footsteps, capturing this new thing called modern life in France, but would do so in a much different way. Manet's 1863 painting Luncheon on the Grass would disrupt all conventional knowledge about art with its subject matter and its paint handling. The painting was submitted to be shown at the aforementioned salon, but was rejected along with 5,000 other artworks. So many works were rejected from the salon that year that Napoleon III would have to create a second exhibition just to deal with the public outcry of the salon's elitism. What became known as the Salon des Refus was held across the street from the original salon and was to include all the rejected artworks. And to nobody's surprise, this atrocity exhibition would prove vastly more popular than the original stuffy status quo salon, as thousands flocked to see the work that was deemed unworthy to be seen by the public. Front and center at this exhibition would be Edouard Manet's Luncheon on the Grass, which is perhaps one of the most controversial paintings in history. Now it's current year. We've seen poo-poo art. We've seen pee-pee art. This video opened with fucking deli meat MS Paint mice. What on earth could possibly be so controversial about this painting? 1. The female nude was reserved for idealized and allegorical paintings. Stuff like this and this. You had to promise you would never ever paint some titties for no reason. Or worse, titties that actually existed on a woman that actually existed. 2. The fellows don't even care about this smoking hot broad in front of them. They're too busy yapping, treating the woman with such irreverence that the audience concluded she's probably a prostitute. 3. The perspective is all fucked up. This bitch flat as hell. Painting is a rich tradition full of procedures and rules. How dare you not follow the Manet, you fucking heathen idiot? 4. Look at these damn trees. One critic remarked the brushwork was so sloppy it could have been painted with a floor mop. That's not how you paint. My kid could fucking paint this. 5. It was a massive painting. 2 meters by 3. A size reserved for masterpieces, not unfinished pornography. The painting was a huge fuck you to the entire tradition of painting. Furthermore, the painting was made to exhibit. Manet painted this with the intention to shock. He wanted to publicly deconstruct subject matter and representation in art. But sadly for Manet, he was a sensitive bitch, and he wanted people to love him for it. Which they didn't. Manet was one of the most hated artists alive at the time. If Manet was alive now, there would be Twitter schizos trying to link him to satanic pedophiles. But not everybody hated Manet. Some people saw Luncheon on the Grass and were blown away by his epic audacity. So much so that Manet's friend, the poet Charles Baudelaire, told him to stop being a little bitch, get over himself because old people thought he was evil, and continue to paint modern life as he saw it. Be raw, unapologetic, and avant-garde. The old masters are dead, and now it's time to paint the future. The later works of Manet and other painters during this time followed in this tradition. Sloppy and honest representations of modern life in France. Critics hated the works so much, they said they looked like impressions of paintings, sketchy and unfinished. This is where the name of this movement, Impressionism, comes from. With Impressionism fully kicked off and modernity in full swing, art was now a different beast entirely. Art was now fully detached from its historical roots and anything was on the table. Following Impressionism was Post-Impressionism, which further deconstructed form to the point where art need not depict anything realistic. Fauvism neglected form for color. Cubism favored pure form. Dada asked, why the fuck are we even painting? What even is art? What's anything?
Tin suit.
Sadly for me, to lay out the continuity and historical factors behind all these movements would take a lifetime to explain. I don't have years to work on a YouTube video, and mind you, this video is still about Sonic's feet. So where does all this go? Well, as I'm sure you're aware, visual arts aren't exactly manning the cultural helm anymore. You can accuse me of being presuppositional, and you'd be wrong. But I'm going to make the bold claim that visual art just isn't important in a way it once was. To say that any piece of contemporary art could even come close to the societal importance of one of Manet's works would be objectively false, and I will fight anybody on this. Thousands aren't flocking into the galleries to see the hot new artists. The news isn't ablaze with scathing critiques of paintings or sculptures. Visual arts just aren't fighting the fight they once were. Sure, there are still famous artists like Kaz or Jeff Koons, but this art isn't avant-garde. It's not asking anything of you. It's not exploring anything. And yes, that includes the Kaz Reese's Puff collab. Traditional forms of visual art still exist, but they are no longer avant-garde. How did we get here? Through marketization of art, the co-opting of the avant-garde into elite institutions, and the endless reproduction of images. Now that's a lot of jargon. To untangle how the avant-garde died is a mighty task indeed. All will be told in due time, as this tragic death can be told through the perspective of a toilet. This is a toilet. Undoubtedly the most famous toilet to ever exist. A toilet so controversial and revolutionary, it was named the most important artwork of the 20th century. You undoubtedly have seen this image. Even if you don't know the name of the work, even if you don't know the artist's name isn't Armut, you've seen this image at one point in your life. This is The Fountain by Marcel Duchamp. This work of art will be the main character in our story. We'll follow it through its inception, life, and slow decline, as the story of this artwork lays out the death of the avant-garde. A story that can be mapped onto all artworks and movements that were at one point revolutionary, as replications, markets, and institutions eventually destroy everything that was once radical. Through this porcelain epic, we will learn not only how art dies, but why the internet might be its rebirth. In 1915, Marcel Duchamp, a young, nihilistic, but accomplished painter, made his way to New York City to escape World War I. The years prior for Duchamp saw him excel as a Cubist painter, with works like Nude Descending a Staircase No. 2, which put him at the forefront of European artists. Through his local success, Duchamp grew tired of painting, as he deemed it incapable of being socially challenging. In search for a more subversive field, he took a step back to learn math and physics in the early 1910s. This was until Nude Descending a Staircase was shown in America for the first time. With the painting producing so much hype, he sold 4 of his works for a modest sum, money he would use to fund his immigration to America. When Duchamp arrived in America, he was met with praise from other people in the scene and quickly rose to the ranks of famous New York artists. The poet and art collector Walter Arensberg would give him studio space to continue his work, and galleries immediately offered to fund him in exchange for paintings. Money he would refuse, as he just didn't want to paint anymore. Honestly, bro, I get it. Getting nihilistic about your hobbies fucking sucks. Hence why I'm using my easel and a painting I painted to put up a green screen for a YouTube video instead of actually painting. Instead of painting and getting rich, Duchamp would fund himself by teaching French to Americans and would work on a single piece titled Large Glass, a piece he would work on for 7 years and never finish. Between 1915 and 1917, Duchamp would help found and direct the Society of Independent Artists, one of the very first art collectives to grace New York City, and they were set to hold their first exhibition in 1917, which at the time would be the largest showcase of modern art in the world. This exhibition was to be unjuried, allowing any artist who paid the fee to have their work shown in the exhibition. In preparation for this, Duchamp began painting once more to grace the exhibition with one of his masterworks, something that would surely attract a lot of attention. However, when the Society of Independent Artists began curating the show, Duchamp's painting was nowhere to be found. But among the submitted artworks was a bizarre piece, a single urinal with the artist's signature, Armut. Nobody knew who Armut was, and they couldn't trace the piece back to its creator. The submission stirred much debate among the society until it was decided the piece would not be shown in the exhibition because it was considered not art. Now, nobody knew this at the time, but it was in fact the director Marcel Duchamp himself who submitted the piece. He did not speak up on the deliberations about the work, choosing to remain silent just to see what happened. During the exhibition, without revealing that he was the artist behind the urinal, Duchamp would step down from his position as director of the Society for Independent Artists. He would do this in protest of the work being rejected in the allegedly unjuried exhibition, and would withdraw the painting he was supposed to submit. A painting that never actually existed. The piece was lost forever after the exhibition. Given the fact that it was shoved into storage during the actual show, the piece was probably thrown out once the gallery was dismantled. Duchamp would move on from this, continuing the work on his large glass piece between a move to Argentina and back to New York, where he would rid himself of the still unfinished work and pursue playing competitive chess for the next 25 years in Europe. Although Duchamp was no longer a practicing artist, the legend of the urinal would remain. Even though it had disappeared, its existence would propagate through this single photo. A photo which is inarguably more famous than the original piece, which would be published in an article in an artist periodical in 1917. The article would ignite fury and debates would rage for decades, further cementing Duchamp's urinal, now known as Fountain, as an avant-garde masterwork that challenged everything we ever knew. Is what you think would happen. In actuality, the whole ordeal was lost to obscurity for like 40 years. Until the 1960s. The art movements of 1960s New York once again called into question what could and couldn't be considered art. Pop art, with its use of ready-made consumer goods and replication of images, reignited the old debates centered on Duchamp's fountain. Duchamp had spent the last few decades helping artists curate work and writing art criticism. During this time, large glass, the unfinished thing he worked on for 7 years, which he ended up selling to Ahrensburg, would finally go on display in 1954. After its debut at the Museum of Modern Art in New York, Duchamp was once again, for the third time in his life, a famous artist. Now an old man, the hype around his work caught up with a younger generation in New York, who would venerate him as the grandfather of new modern art movements. And it was only now that Duchamp's authorship of The Fountain was finally revealed. An artwork that was now canonized in the history of avant-garde art. With so much hype around Duchamp at the time, galleries all over America and Europe would hold retrospectives of his work. And of course, they wanted The Fountain to be part of this. There's just one issue. The Fountain hadn't existed in like 40 years. With Duchamp's permission, copies of The Fountain would be created based on the original photograph. A work that was once so repulsive it couldn't even be shown in a ragtag exhibition was now being shown simultaneously in galleries all over the world. 17 authorized recreations of this work would now be bought and sold by private collectors and galleries, all of them wanting a piece of art history for their own. The trouble here lies in the nature of recreation and art exhibition. It had been years since the Fountain incident of 1917, and Duchamp's artwork was now popular for its historical value. The representation of what it represented, not the original avant-garde spirit. Not only were these copies not the original piece, they were divorced from their original context. Duchamp's Fountain now existed as an antiquated novelty, the same way any piece of historical art does. Museum goers and art collectors were not marveling at the original Fountain. They were simply viewing a simulation of the Fountain, and a simulation of the avant-garde spirit the Fountain represents. In this sense, the Fountain no longer represents the avant-garde spirit as such, a world where people believed in something beyond themselves. It's simply a symbol of previous belief. It acts as a glimpse into a time where artists believed they could change the world, a spirit that had since died. Such is the fate of all famous works of art. Everything that was once revolutionary will end up bought, sold, and displayed as people try to own something that cannot be owned. That's the paradox of avant-garde art. It's only avant-garde as long as it's subjugated. Once a work becomes acceptable, it loses the spirit that made it so sought after in the first place. This phenomenon has been written about extensively by authors throughout the 20th century. Earliest among them is Walter Benjamin in his 1935 work, Art in the Age of Mechanical Reproduction. He saw the writing on the wall for art's uniqueness. Benjamin argued that replication destroyed an artwork's aura. On this, he would say, even the most perfect reproduction of a work of art is lacking in one element: its presence in time and space, its unique existence at the place where it happens to be. You can see this phenomenon play out not only in recreations of the Fountain, but in the original photograph itself. This is the symbol we use to represent the story of the Fountain and the context in which it existed. Symbols are important to contemporary art. When a piece of art is hung in a gallery, an institution, or a private collection, the art becomes a symbol, a representation of art. The art itself isn't saying anything. Similar to how the Tesla Cybertruck is a symbol which represents the libertarian, masculine tech bro spirit without doing anything to actualize itself. Any schmuck can go into debt and buy one of these and suddenly start thinking they're a fucking based boy accelerationist. You're a fucking project manager at Shopify, dude. You're not bringing about AGI by sending follow-up emails. The symbol itself is what is desirable. The simulation of what the symbol represents, not reality itself. This replication of artwork not only divorces art from its original context, it makes the meaning of the work malleable as it's reinterpretable through its recreation. This is one of the conclusions John Berger came up with in his seminal documentary, Ways of Seeing. As the Fountain is now a representation of art history, it reinforces the institutions that represent it. A copy of the Fountain in a museum is now part of the gallery's collection. Its value to a museum is the fact that it's an historical art object in a room full of other historical art objects, in a building whose purpose is to curate the timeline of historical art objects. From the gallery's perspective, the Fountain is important because it's important. Its time spent on display and the crowd it attracts reinforces its own popularity. Most who view one of the copies of the Fountain are not interested in its story or its context in art history. They are interested in seeing an important art object for its own sake. This is akin to the Mona Lisa, a painting which has literally zero historical significance, but now exists solely as a representation of importance itself. A painting whose viewers ogle at it for the novelty of seeing an important object. And this assigned value of replications extends most egregiously to the art market. When an object is famous for being famous, it becomes valuable. This creates a feedback loop where its value increases solely by the virtue of it being valuable. Such would be the new value proposition of modern art.
The moment a collector looks at it, buys it, a dealer becomes involved with it, art starts to be involved with money. I'm no longer ashamed of that. Years ago, I was very, very, like, put off by it. But art is a commodity, one of the most important and most costly commodities in the world today. Why should we be ashamed of it? Right.
Famed art collector Robert Scull would sell 50 works from his contemporary art collection in 1973, marketing the exhibition not as a chance to own some of America's most revolutionary art, but as an investment opportunity for wealthy buyers to get a piece of an emerging market. Scull would weigh his connections in the New York business world and build bridges between the art world and the investment world. Bridges he would use to further cement the value of his collection. This would pay off handsomely for Scull, as he would see returns of over 10,000% on some of his collection. Abstract expressionist works like Rauschenberg's Thaw, a painting Scull purchased for $900, would sell for over $85,000. With this sale, the work of art would forever leave the realm of art and enter the world of the market. The Scull sale would generate $2 million in profit and would mark the first time in history that avant-garde art was seen as profitable. If there was a point in history to say, here is where visual art died, this is it. Visual art was now, and still is, an investment opportunity. And of course, this transformation extends to our avant-garde toilet. The Fountain's 17 copies continue to exchange hands and create good returns for those who invest. One copy was sold for over $9 million in 2009, a number that is sure to be surpassed as investors liquidate assets to find better investing opportunities. An object that was once a protest against the formulaicity of painting, created by an artist who continually shot himself in the foot to create revolutionary work, is now an investment object whose sole proposition is the simulation of importance and value. It is with this realization we can understand the true depth of the avant-garde, institutions, and the market. It's been over 50 years since the Scull sale, and this transformation is now complete. Complete to the point that investment is solely what creates visual art. Artists are trained to produce investment objects. Artists are told to network with collectors, get their work invested in. It's not uncommon now for an artist's work to go from valueless to being worth millions in the matter of a few months. We have this propensity to venerate visual art as it's something we've always done, but contemporary art is literally no different than an NFT project. Your success as an artist is characterized by the sales of your works. If your work isn't selling, you aren't successful. There's no other metric to judge it by. It's that simple. Visual art is conclusively no longer avant-garde. It's impossible for it to be. Just as with Duchamp's Fountain, once a work is deemed important, the avant-garde spirit is lost. But the avant-garde spirit will never die. As long as there are new ideas to explore, the concept of the avant-garde will remain to explore them. But if visual arts are invariably no longer avant-garde, where are new ideas explored? This question brings us full circle to the premise of this entire video. The question so stupid that I dared to ask, is fetish art avant-garde? Given the length of this video and my autism for the topic, you'd assume the answer to be yes. And you'd be correct. Partly. Fetish art has all the characteristics of avant-garde art. Firstly, its novelty. What made the artworks mentioned in this video so special is their breaking of norms. The role of the avant-garde is to rip art out of its historical context and present something truly new. Is that not the morbid appeal of internet fetish art? The fact that there are countless million-view YouTube videos vividly describing this work, those exist in part because this fetish art is so unfamiliar to us. None of this work is building upon anything. It has no regard for what came before it. It has no regard for its audience's expectations. Its horrible handling further proves the artist's sole concern is capturing the immediacy of the idea. I swear to fucking God, Dali wishes he came up with delatized basil. You want to talk about capturing the unconscious? That's the most abstract fucking idea I've ever seen communicated through imagery. That puts a fucking mushroom trip to shame. But that's too easy. To say fetish art is avant-garde and should be taken seriously simply because it's novel doesn't say anything. Fetish art's avant-garde nature is its novelty coupled with the space it exists in. As we've concluded, classical forms of visual art can never be revolutionary or avant-garde. This is because the medium itself has been co-opted by institutions and the market. It's not what artists are saying that lost to the avant-garde spirit. It's the vehicle they're using to say it. Painting, sculpture, installations are all neutered. Because of this, the only space left decentralized enough to nurture the spirit of the avant-garde is the internet. It's the last place that can't be owned. It's the last factory of cultural production that produces culture for its own sake. No one who draws fetish art on MS Paint is looking for money or fame. By extension, a meme smith isn't looking for notoriety when they cobble together a Wojak comic. They care solely about capturing the immediacy of the emotion, conveying something brand new that often flops, but sometimes revolutionizes internet culture. Think about like the Midwit meme. There was a point, like, someone made that for the first time. Okay? Like, this is a meme that we all just kind of infer and understand and use for our own devices whenever we like. Elon Musk fucking uses it. And there was a point where, like, some person made the first midwit meme. And what is internet culture if not the collective unconscious emerging? All of our ebbs, flows, whims, and desires all coagulating into one place. You can learn more about contemporary culture from watching 10 TikToks than you can in an 8-year sociology degree. In this digital unconscious, then, what are our memes if not the collective unconscious reacting to itself? The collective experiencing itself. Experiencing itself in a medium fast enough to react to the micro movements of culture. A meme can go viral in 12 hours, and its virality is indicative of its importance to culture. The ability to capture something everybody is feeling, but nobody has expressed yet. This is literally what the avant-garde is. And contrary to Walter Benjamin's conclusion that replication destroys the uniqueness of art, replication on the internet is the very thing that allows it to be the only avant-garde space left. Benjamin's diagnosis was correct. But the answer wasn't to go backwards, it was to go through it. The immediate replication of an image in the form of virality is the very thing that proves the importance of an image to the culture at large. Whether it be Chuds, Wojaks, or DeviantArt Sonic, the medium is the message, and the internet is the medium. This video wasn't really about fetish art. It was about how the internet's the last place the avant-garde can exist. Sorry if you wanted to see more giantess frozen Elsa but got sucked into an art history video. But to go back to delatized forever bound Basil. No. This image is not going to be a symbol of the next cultural revolution like Stonebreakers was. This image is not going to hail in a new style of art making the way Luncheon on the Grass did. This image isn't going to be the precursor to an art movement the way Fountain was. But what Forever Bound and Delatized Basil does do is perfectly encapsulate the avant-garde spirit on the internet. Novelty, replication, and virality. Get creative, kiss your friends. Don't let your fucking kids watch Sonic the Hedgehog too young, lest they become weird autistic horn dogs. And never kill yourself.
No crackers, Gromit. We've forgotten the crackers.
There is something about the Wallace and Gromit franchise which makes it uniquely special. On paper, this series seems to be like a little Play-Doh looking animation for little kids, but no. These films are genuinely well written and beautifully crafted, and they stand out amongst the modern day oversaturation of rushed looking animated films. Disney, what is this?
It's genetics! Yeah, I got these genes from outer space!
Wallace and Gromit is handled by the people at Aardman Animations, and Aardman Animations, they have no business being this good at what they do. They're so good at what they do. And what they do is so niche as well. What do you mean your job is to spend years at a time moving a piece of plasticine around 24 frames a second? That's your job. You spend years at a time making a film about a man and his dog. Massive respect, actually. It makes absolutely no sense for someone to put this much care into a film like this, an animated film for children, but they do, and it works.
And I'm not a fruitcake, am I, lad?
There are 4 Wallace and Gromit short films and 1 feature-length film. Soon to be 2 feature-length films with the release of Vengeance Most Foul on Netflix. I don't have my little pointy stick anymore. I can't find it. I looked everywhere for my little pointy stick. I'm just going to use my fingers. Yeah, soon there's going to be a new Wallace and Gromit film releasing in the festive period. It's a co-production with Netflix. But in this video, we're going to be going over the 5 that have already been released. When I came up with the idea of this video, like, it stopped me in my tracks. It hit me like a bolt of lightning. How could I have never thought of doing this before? To be honest, I wasn't planning on doing this video originally. I was originally going to talk about, like, what's going on in the world, current affairs. For the past month, my entire personality has been Wallace and Gromit. You know, making this video is how I cope. Making this video is how I cope, okay, with everything going on in the world. In recent years, the Wallace and Gromit films and Aardman animations in general have had a bit of a cultural resurgence. A renaissance, you might say. You know, there's always been Wallace and Gromit memes poking fun at the silliness of the characters, like, whoa, cheese Gromit. It's very funny.
Gromit, wake up!
We've got to hide the body. There's no crackers and cheese in prison, Gromit. But I think the resurgence of Aardman as a property isn't just a meme. It's a genuine appreciation for the quality of the product. If I had to hypothesize a reason for the cultural resurgence of Aardman, I think it would have a lot to do with Aardman's increased social media presence. And also Gen Z on the internet, we're coming into our own a little bit more. You know, we have increasingly curated feeds of content, and if one of us has a really weird interest in Wallace and Gromit, our social media feeds are just gonna completely amplify that. I'm speaking, of course, from personal experience. My Twitter feed is filled up with Wallace and Gromit news. There's a common sentiment that I've seen on the internet where, you know, once you come out of that awkward stage in your life where you're a teen trying to fit in, you know, once you reach your 20s, you're a lot more at peace with the things that interest you, and you feel a lot more free to engage with them. I think this is true for a lot of people who genuinely love Wallace and Gromit nowadays. 8-year-old me was right. This is great. I love it. You know, it's really amazing when you have something that you look back on from your childhood and it actually holds up as an adult. In fact, I think Wallace and Gromit is actually better now than it was when I was a kid. You learn to appreciate it more.
Just take a look at my wife's brassicas, ravaged in the night.
So I'm looking at the camera and like the whole time in the reflection of the viewfinder, there's that picture of Gromit, no, of Wallace, and he's just looking at me the whole time. Literally, it's... Wait, let me show you. What the fuck? Wallace and Gromit has a kind of quality that I'm gonna choose to call the British mundane. It's a unique kind of coziness and charm. You know, think about, you know, sitting with a nice cup of tea. It's very much like the PG Tips adverts or the tales of Frog and Toad living a simple life. It's very domesticated, it's very simple, but it's very cozy. And I think a lot of people genuinely care about that kind of charm nowadays. That kind of charm in animated films is not easy to come by, and it's especially good when it's done with complete sincerity like it is in Wallace and Gromit. Like, these guys are sincerely having a cheese and cracker break, okay? The current Gen Z obsession with Wallace and Gromit is not what I would have expected in the 2020s, but I'm so glad it's happened. You can tell that Aardman Animations have kind of hit it off with Gen Z specifically because, okay, there's videos of Aardman co-founder Peter Lord specifically doing videos for Gen Z. It's serving Wallace. It's serving Sean. This is a sleigh.
Welcome to Aardman, where the vibes are immaculate, no cap. It's serving Sean, it's serving Wallace, it's serving Gromit. Our model maker ate and left no crumbs when they made this morph. Slay.
Like I said, Peter Lord is the co-founder of Aardman along with David Sproxton. The company was founded in 1972 after David and Peter's animations that they had made together as friends in school made it all the way to the BBC. They had named the company after the character that they had come up with, a clumsy superhero called Aardman. As Aardman Animations kept experimenting with new ways to make their shorts, they landed on this. Plasticine. They would use it to sculpt their characters in stop motion. This actually isn't plasticine, it's Play-Doh. Just pretend it's plasticine. I don't have any plasticine lying around.
I've got a model here which is plasticine mainly, and I move it a fraction. Thus, I take a frame on the movie camera, I move it another fraction, I take another frame, so on, and eventually when you show all those frames one after the other, you've got an effective movement. In
1977, Aardman created the character of Morph for the Take Heart show. I would have put Morph on the board, but honestly there was no space. I do like Morph, but the real estate on the board it's really expensive. I don't know if you can afford it. Like, you can't even see the bottom of the board. Morph was really popular at the time and gained Peter and David a kind of reputation as the plasticine guys in the industry.
Oh, you need something made out of plasticine? Oh, go and talk to David and Peter. They're the plasticine guys.
I could talk a lot more about Aardman in general and more about Peter and David and what they've done, but I just want to talk about Wallace and Gromit. We could be here all day. so I'm gonna move on. If you want to know more about Aardman in general and not just Wallace and Gromit, there's this really good documentary that's just been made available on YouTube about Aardman. It has loads of celebrities in it, like David Tennant's in it, Martin Freeman's in it, and they're just talking about Aardman the whole time. I'm gonna use some clips from that documentary in this. There's also a book about Aardman that I have drawn some quotes from. I didn't buy the book, but I'm gonna put it here in my hand. It was £20. I'm not buying a book for £20. Okay, so we reached the 1980s and Aardman are living it up as the top plasticine animators in the industry. But there is one other man out there in the world called Nick Park, who's just embarked on a seriously overambitious graduation project for the NFT school. Not that NFT, the National Film and Television School, obviously. His graduation project was a piece of animation that would change the industry forever. This, of course, being a film about a man called Jerry and his talking dog. What? That's not Wallace and Gromit, what? Yeah, it turns out in the early stages of production, Nick Park originally wanted Wallace to be called Jerry, and for Gromit to be a talking dog. Nick Park actually hired a voice actor, Peter Hawkins, who was famous for doing this kind of dog voice in shows like The Wooden Tops. He's like this, he's like...
No bath today.
After a few animation tests, Nick Park realised how much more effort it would be to make Gromit's mouth move, so he decided to make Gromit a non-verbal character, and I'm glad he did that because some of the ideas that he had in the beginning for Gromit were honestly quite crazy.
Can you remember how Gromit was voiced at the time?
Well, it was kind of when Wallace said, set coordinates to 62 West, and so he'd go, I can't do it. but it would be kind of, it was that kind of, you know, I'd planned to animate a mouth on him and replacement mouths and stuff.
In early 1983, the two Aardman guys, David and Peter, went to the NFT school to talk to some of the animation students. This is where they came across Nick and his work. Nick showed them early stages of his efforts on A Grand Day Out. Back then, there wasn't a lot to see. Nick had drawn storyboards, constructed the set of Wallace's basement, shot part of the rocket building sequence, and that was about it. Yet, both the Aardman bosses could see that the film potentially had great charm and originality. You really need to understand where Nick Park was at this stage of his life. He had no job, no money, just some plasticine, a camera, a goofy little script, and a dream.
He was building the sets, making the puppets, doing the animation, just kind of doing everything, because that's how it used to be back in the day.
At the time, David and Peter were desperately seeking out new animators because, I mean, moving a bit of plasticine one frame at a time, that's a lot of work. They need more workers, for God's sake. It's just the two of these guys moving morph around. They need help. So they offered Nick a job at Aardman.
I was desperate for the money, but I think they were trying to get me on board because there weren't many other clay animators around at this time to choose from. There were puppet animators, stop motion animators, but there weren't many clay animators.
But to everyone's surprise, Nick originally turned down the job at Aardman. He turned it down. He didn't want to work with them.
I kept resisting full-time work. I felt if I stopped making my film and I was still only partway through it, I didn't know whether or when I'd finish it.
Do you hear that? This man turned down his dream job at an animation studio because he cared so much about finishing his film about a man and his dog. We all wish we had someone who cared about us the same way that Nick Park cares about Wallace and Gromit. Imagine the sheer dedication of this man. Actually, no. Imagine the living standards. He's living in like a student flat, and he's waking up every morning to the smell of plasticine, sleeping next to his little model of Gromit, you know. He literally wakes up and goes, ah, plasticine, I love the smell of it. That's the dedication right there.
I got very disillusioned at times and had absolutely no money at all. I was living in a grotty little bedsit in Cricklewood, but I had to fulfil this vision.
However, eventually they did come to an agreement where Nick would join them in Bristol and work at Aardman, but he would also bring his Wallace and Gromit stuff that he's worked on and finish it there. It's a win-win for everyone. This film took him 6 years to make. 6 years. That's like if I started a film in 2018 and only just finished it now. That's crazy.
6 years later, in 1989, when the phone went and he said, "I've finished it."
The first Wallace and Gromit film is called A Grand Day Out, and you can tell that this film is a handcrafted labour of love. Emphasis on handcrafted, the kind of cinematic polish that we expect from Wallace and Gromit now. That's a completely different reality to this. Like even the opening shot of Wallace, you know, holding this little pamphlet, you can see the grooves in the clay, the little fingerprints, the kind of brush marks. Like, it's just one guy, a student, making this. Also, the audio of the film is a little bit tinny. You can kind of tell that it was made in the 80s. It's very like... You know, where's the stereo sound? We can't really complain that something is made out of love, though, because it has so much extra charm to it when you see how much, you know, care has been put into it. Okay, so the film opens on Wallace and Gromit sat in the living room on these armchairs. They're looking a lot like the old couple from Up. They're very domestic. The British mundane, you might say. Wallace is trying to decide what they should do because apparently the day is a bank holiday, and Gromit, you can tell, is just tired of Wallace's bullshit. He's fallen asleep. He's like, "Oh my god, Wallace, just calm down. It's a bank holiday, just vibe out." Wallace then decides, I need a snack and a cup of tea right now. Like, I'm desperate.
I'm desperate.
But when he goes to the fridge, get this, there's no cheese. There's no cheese in the fridge. The quantity of cheese that Wallace has in his possession at one time is a consistent theme in these films. Watch out for that. Wallace, after taking a bite of a sad, depressing, cheeseless cracker, decides, we need to go somewhere where there's cheese. I need my cheese fix. And he's brainstorming. He's going, okay, where do we find cheese? Where do we find cheese? At the shop? Philadelphia? Cheddar? Where do we find cheese? And then there's a slow zoom up towards the moon. The moon is made out of cheese. The myth of the moon supposedly being made out of cheese goes back to medieval proverbs and fables. One where a fox distracts a wolf by tricking it into believing the reflection of the moon in a pond is actually a bit of cheese. And there's also the phrase, the moon is made of green cheese. Scientists are yet to have definitive proof on whether the moon is made out of cheese or not. And if you ask me, I would just say, follow the money, people. Follow the money. Where does the money go? Is it Big Baby Bell? We don't know. After this, we get a really atmospheric scene where Wallace goes down to his dank, creepy, dark basement. The ceilings are so high in that place, it's honestly giving like kind of superhero lair, Batcave kind of energy. Wallace then draws up the plans for a rocket that him and Gromit can take so that they can go to the moon and get the cheese that they need. Suddenly the plot of this film has just become, you know, like Interstellar or something.
Right, so Wallace, you're gonna need to get some cheese, and you're gonna go up in a spaceship, and you're gonna go and get some cheese for the moon. Right.
After starting to build the rocket, Wallace realises that he can't do it alone, so he needs Gromit's help. Here we have the beginning of a very important theme throughout all the films, that being that Gromit is actually the one doing all the work. He's doing unpaid labour. This part of the production is apparently where Nick Park realised that he can't have Gromit as a talking character, so he decided to mostly just move his eyebrow in response to Wallace.
Gromit stuck under that door was the first shot I was doing of him. And I found it just impossible to get a mouth on him, to model it on him. In that moment, I also realised I could move the brow up and down. And that was the birth of Gromit, basically. I realised I don't need a mouth. And he says everything, as you say, with his eyes.
Also, another really interesting thing about this rocket building sequence, it obviously took a lot of effort for a student like Nick Park to make. And he often talks about how it felt like he would never finish it.
The script was about 20 pages long. And there was one paragraph that just said, there is now a sequence where Wallace and Gromit build a rocket. That paragraph took me 1.5 years to film.
Now, okay, if we do the maths on this, and I got it here, taking into account that the film is 21 minutes of animation and it took him 6 years to make, each minute of the film, roughly, on average, would have taken 104 days, or 3.5 months to animate. I don't know how Nick Park does it, because if it was me who made these films, anytime I would watch them, I would just think, oh yeah, the rocket building sequence, yeah, I love that. It took me 6 years to make this.
60s of my life down the drain. So now they've built the rocket, the entire inside of the rocket is actually fully furnished and wallpapered. I bet Gromit was the one who did all that. Also important to note that the sound design in this scene is very ambient spaceship noise, kind of beeps and hums. It's the kind of ambient sound that you would put on to sleep. It's reminiscent of the ambient sound from Alien. I don't know if that is like an Easter egg or a homage or something. Wallace ignites the fuse to the ship. He heads back up the ladder, gets ready for a launch as the ceiling of the basement opens up. That is insane infrastructure for a residential area. Is every house like that? Is that a modification? Did they have planning permission? Did they watch Grand Designs and get inspiration? But then, just before the rocket launches, Wallace says,
No crackers, Gromit. We've forgotten the crackers.
Wallace, how could you forget the crackers? Like, the whole point of the trip is you're going to the moon for cheese and crackers. How did you forget the crackers? Am I allowed to say cracker on YouTube? I know that you're not allowed to say it on Twitch. Imagine if I'm gonna have to censor every time I say cracker. That's so funny. Oh. Just at the last second, Wallace makes it back with a supply of crackers, and then the rocket launches towards the moon. And then basically, for whoever knows how long, Wallace and Gromit just sit there and chill. And then, they've made it to the moon. They go outside to the moon's surface with no helmets, no oxygen, no spacesuits. I'm starting to think that these films aren't scientifically accurate, because if I'm not mistaken, they would be dead. No?
That's a cinema sin. They would have died in space.
Wallace and Gromit sit down and have a little picnic on the moon. The vibes are great. They're living up. They're eating cheese. They're not really sure about the moon cheese. It's like, I've never really had cheese like this before.
I don't know, lad. It's like no cheese I've ever tasted.
They move further along the moon's surface, and then they come across a robot that's just kind of sitting there. It appears to be made out of like an old oven. We don't know the origin of this machine. This could be suggesting that Wallace and Gromit aren't the first people to land on this bit of the moon. Could this old robot be a relic from the space race era, a kind of Soviet contraption, or maybe is this a kind of Wall-E thing? We will never know. Aardman are yet to break their silence on this issue. Thinking that it's a vending machine, Wallace puts 10p in it, and then when nothing happens, he just walks away. But then all of a sudden, when Wallace and Gromit have gone away, the machine just springs to life, and it's absolutely aghast at the mess of a picnic that Wallace and Gromit have left on the moon's surface. Like, have you guys never heard of Leave No Trace? Why are you disrespecting the moon's surface like this? So the robot goes and does a little bit of Marie Kondo style cleaning, starts decluttering, and then it has a flashback to its time skiing on Earth. The robot sees the rocket ship in the distance and goes over and gives it a little parking ticket, like a parking warden. It sees Wallace, who's once again vandalized the surface of the moon, and then he goes over, gets his truncheon out. He's about to bludgeon Wallace with a truncheon. That's a really fun thing to say. Bludgeon Wallace with a truncheon. He's about to bludgeon Wallace with a truncheon. The robot runs out of power, narrowly missing Wallace. Like, the 10p's run out.
Camembert?
They walk away and they're like, oh, what's that robot's problem? What the hell? And then like puts another 10p in it for giving it the truncheon. And then eventually the robot springs back to life, sees that Wallace and Gromit are going to Earth, and then panics. It's like, no, don't leave me here. I'm sick of the moon. Like, please take me with you. I'm so sick of the moon. Please, I just want to go skiing. Wallace and Gromit get spooked by the big robot coming after them. So they go to leave as quickly as possible. And then the robot carves a hole in the rocket, climbs in, attempts to stir away and, you know, go with them, but then the robot bashes a fuel pipe and then accidentally ignites the fuel with a match. That starts the rocket's ignition, so then the robot gets blasted out of the ship, similar to how the xenomorph in Alien gets blasted out of the ship. Nick Park, I see you with your Alien references. I see you and I hear you. Wallace and Gromit leave the moon without the robot, but don't worry, because the robot now has 2 pieces of metal that it's using as skates, so it can skate on the surface of the moon. That's beautiful. Okay, it's a happy ending. And that's it. That's the first film. Wallace and Gromit, Grand Day Out. Nick Parks,
passion project. The film was finished in 1989 but then was broadcasted in 1990 on Channel 4. Then it was so well received that it was actually nominated for an Oscar in the short film animation category. But then sadly, Aardman Animations lost the award to themselves. Nick Park went home with an Oscar that night for his work on Creature Comforts, another Aardman animated film that he was working on simultaneously with Aardman at the time. For some really weird reason, the Oscars that year decided that they should have Woody the Woodpecker announce the winner of the awards. I guess because it's the animation category. Got to do a little funny animation for the kids.
And the winner is Creature Comforts, Nick Park.
I'd like to thank Aardman Animations in Bristol, England.
I don't feel that bad that Wallace and Gromit lost the awards because, I mean, it's the first film, and also Creature Comforts is really good. I really like Creature Comforts. Basically, with Creature Comforts, Nick Park and a journalist went out and interviewed people about their lives, and then took the audio from those interviews and set them to stop-motion animation of like animals in a zoo.
You can't get out and about as much as you would like to. You're stuck in for some reason, like I'm stuck in today.
And after Creature Comforts and Nick Park won the Oscar, of course Channel 4, took all the credit and said, Channel 4 has won an Oscar.
Channel 4's won an Oscar. Now Creature Comforts is shown again. That's followed by Nick Park's earlier film, another Oscar nominee, A Grand Day Out.
If it wasn't for Creature Comforts, we wouldn't have this iconic shot of the mouse eating an M&M. You know the one, the dum 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 da da dum. So after Aardman Animations won big at the Oscars, and the boys went back to Bristol with their heads held high, they began developing a new Wallace and Gromit film that would be broadcast on the BBC in 1993. Nick Park himself apparently had loads of ideas to choose from. He had a sketchbook just filled with different ideas. I read in an article that he originally wanted the first film to be much longer, a kind of Star Wars spoof kind of thing, but then Peter and David were like, come on man, you've already spent years on this, we'll get him next time, lad. Don't worry, put the plasticine down, it's fine. The fact that Wallace and Gromit now had a team of animators and a budget, like a proper budget, meant that Nick Park's ideas were able to fully flourish, and they treated this film with the ambition it deserved.
We wanted to make this film like a real movie, even though they're only short films, for TV, and there's an implied kind of cinematic look in there that I think it was always kind of itching to get out. This is probably my favourite out of all the Wallace and Gromit films. It's such a step up in production. There's such a quality to it. It only took 15 months to make, and it came out in 1993, and the film was called The Wrong Trousers. The Wrong Trousers. Wallace, stop looking at me in the viewfinder, okay? Stop, Wallace. The film opens with Gromit in the morning, marking a date in the calendar. Today is Gromit's birthday. Gromit's birthday, 12th of February, confirmed. I will be celebrating next 12th of February. Look at little Gromit with his little first birthday cake. Oh, that's so cute. Using machinery, Wallace lands at the table, gets his clothes put on, and then gets his toast served to him. This is the first time in the franchise that we see Wallace as an inventor. Before, he was just kind of clumsily putting together a rocket, but now every time you see Wallace, he's going to have a new invention. This becomes a key part of his character going forward. Contraptions. Wallace looks at the post and gets overwhelmed by their current economic situation.
They're all bills. Oh dear me. We shall have to economise, Gromit.
Wallace then opens up his piggy bank and finds his last few pennies, a true symbol of the post-Margaret Thatcher class inequality in the UK. I keep bringing up Margaret Thatcher because I feel like Margaret Thatcher she's like a Wallace and Gromit villain, isn't she? I mean, look at her. She matches the energy of the film. Because it's Gromit's birthday, Wallace then gives Gromit a birthday present, and it's a dog collar? A dog collar? No. Wallace, this isn't going to work out. You know Gromit doesn't wear collars, like, what's going on? We then move to the living room where we get to see what Wallace has given Gromit as his main birthday present, and it's a pair of techno trousers. Self-walking mechanical techno trousers that Wallace has bought apparently because he can't be bothered to take Gromit for a walk himself because he's lazy. There, I said it.
He's lazy. Yep. He attaches the lead to Gromit's collar and off they go. What kind of birthday present is this, Wallace? Like, whatever happened to birthday cake? Not even a pup cup. Not even a puppuccino. It's his birthday. You have to give him a pup cup. Luckily, Gromit outsmarts the trousers with like a fake dog. I have no idea where he got this dog from, but he outsmarts the trousers, and when they come home, Gromit sees that Wallace has put a little sign in the door saying room to let because they need that spare bit of money. Wallace is a landlord confirmed. I shouldn't judge because, you know, maybe he's one of the good ones. Just joking. There are no good landlords. Later in the day, they get a knock at the door. Somebody is already interested in the spare room. Somebody interested already? It's not even been like a couple hours. This is really weird. In walks this penguin who's already giving Gromit like a cold blank stare.
I'm asking 20 a week. That will include your breakfast.
Looking into this penguin's eyes is like looking into the depths of hell. There's nothing there, it's a void. This entrance is up there with Darth Vader for the most sinister entrance in cinema. Wallace shows the penguin lodger the spare room and he's like, no, I don't like it, and makes a beeline straight for Gromit's bedroom and decides, yeah, this bedroom, this is mine. I prefer this one. And honestly, that's understandable because Gromit's bedroom looks like an absolute vibe. He's got vinyl records and books, he's got a south-facing window, he's got like dog wallpaper. But Penguin, you need to get out. That's Gromit's bedroom. Like, what? No, get out. Wallace, being an absolute pushover, goes, okay, Mr. Penguin, that'll be okay. That'll just be £20 a week.
Seems pleasant enough.
Wallace, what is wrong with you? Your greed, your yearning for money has ruined Gromit's bedroom. Your greed has blinded you. Wallace, can you not see that your best friend is being slighted right now? Should also mention that Wallace asking £20 a week for the bedroom, adjusted for inflation, that's about £51 a week, which is about £200 a month for a flat. That's a bargain. He could be asking more, okay? For a lot more money. Cut to the next scene, Wallace and Gromit are having to decorate the mouldy spare bedroom so that Gromit can sleep there. What the hell is this? Gromit is doing manual labour on a bedroom that he doesn't want. That's not his bedroom. I'm getting so angry right now. I'm getting so angry. He's got the techno trousers on and he's upside down painting the ceiling. And then as he's doing that, the penguin comes along and starts watching Gromit, and he's like really watching in like a menacing way. Like, what is going on here? Alarm bells are ringing right now. Why are you so interested in these trousers? That night, Gromit can't even sleep in his mouldy ass bedroom because the penguin in the other room is playing the most annoying loud music. The cheek of this penguin, and Gromit is angry as well. Gromit is ready to throw some punches. Honestly, Gromit, go for it. Go for it.
No, but also, don't be rude. Are you kidding me?
Gromit resorts to sleeping outside, but then all of a sudden the penguin walks in from the back gate. What? That penguin has been out the whole time, and the loud music he was playing was just a cover-up. What the fuck is going on with this penguin? The penguin goes up to Gromit's room and turns the light out, and then Gromit just, you know, he cracks. All the emotion starts coming through and he starts crying. No, Gromit, don't cry, no.
Today I will wear my white button down.
Like, it's literally his birthday and he's sobbing. Like, it's what? I am gonna beat this penguin up. YouTube, don't take that seriously because this is a plasticine fake penguin. I'm not gonna beat anyone up. That is a joke. In the morning, Gromit looks absolutely sleep deprived. You know, he's got bags under his eyes. Honestly, same Gromit. Same. Then Gromit notices that the penguin lodger is being all chummy and friendly to Wallace. He's getting his slippers for him. He's getting the post for him. Getting the post is literally Gromit's job. That's Gromit's job. Later that night, Gromit sees Wallace and the penguin having cheese and wine together, and that's the last straw. He's like, that's it. Get that fire exit door. I'm off. Gromit is crying as he's packing up like this hanky on a stick. He's leaving, he's going, and it's raining as well. Like, the mise-en-scène here is just beautiful. As Gromit leaves with his hanky on the stick and his raincoat, we see the penguin in the window rubbing his little hands together. all menacing like. Oh my god, Gromit, what have you done? This is all part of his scheme. Why did you leave, Gromit? No, this is his evil plan. He meant for you to leave. The Penguin starts doing modifications of the techno trousers, and then in the morning, Wallace, instead of landing into his clothes, lands into the techno trousers, but with the controls taken off.
It's the wrong trousers.
What? That's the name of the film. Oh my god. Wallace, having no control over the bodily function of his lower limbs, walks out the house and into town. Gromit, who is now an unhoused individual and looking for a new place to live, sees this poster, wanted. Have you seen this chicken? Are you guys thinking what I'm thinking? That chicken looks very familiar. And then Wallace zooms past in the trousers. Gromit follows, and sure enough, he sees the Penguin controlling the trousers. We have an absolute code red. We have an absolute code red bad vibes right now. Like, the vibes could not be worse. Gromit decides to follow the Penguin like a detective. This is where the film starts to get very film noir. There's a lot of suspense, a lot of drama. It's very Alfred Hitchcock Vertigo. There's no dialogue spoken. It's all visual language. And the lighting as well is very dramatic. There's a long suspenseful sequence as Gromit follows the Penguin to a museum. Gromit hides in a cardboard box and watches as the Penguin takes measurements of a museum window. Why would the Penguin be doing that? And then we get this amazing moment, which I think is like my favourite Wallace and Gromit moment. Gromit goes straight back home, and sure enough, when he gets to his room, there's plans everywhere for a City Museum diamond exhibition. The Penguin comes home, Gromit has to hide, and then it's revealed that the Penguin isn't just a penguin. It's criminal mastermind at large, Feathers McGraw, the one that the police have been searching for this whole time. And now he has his signature red rubber glove on. Guys, can you hear that? It's my heartbeat, because this is thrilling. Feathers takes control of the trousers and goes off with Wallace, who was asleep. Probably because he just walked, 30,000 steps against his will. He takes an incapacitated Wallace to the museum. The trousers walk up the wall to the roof and then sneak inside the exhibit through the ventilation system. All of a sudden, this has become a Mission Impossible style situation, except Wallace is asleep. Feathers is controlling the trousers from the outside, and he's absolutely sweating because he's trying to get this really expensive looking diamond whilst also trying not to set off the burglar alarm. One of the trouser legs comes off the wall and sets off the burglar alarm. So then Feathers and the trousers make a run for it. Back at home, Feathers takes off the rubber glove, and then finally Wallace understands the seriousness of the situation.
Good grief. It's you!
Feathers puts Wallace in the wardrobe and then makes a run for it. But then there's Gromit, ready to beat Feathers up to a pulp with a rolling pin. Gromit, do it. Do it, Gromit. But then Feathers goes and pulls out a revolver. He said, call an ambulance, call an ambulance. But not for me. And then Feathers is like, get in the wardrobe, get in the wardrobe. But then eventually Wallace gets the trousers to work and they break out of the wardrobe and then try and capture Feathers. What follows for the next 2 minutes is quite possibly one of the greatest chase sequences of all time. This is what put Wallace and Gromit on the map. The pacing, the music, the humour, it's all just, oh. Yes, Gromit is on Feathers. He's on a mission to get that penguin, and Feathers is shooting at him, and then at one point Gromit has to ride the toy train whilst also laying down the tracks in front of him. During the chase, Wallace is, he's trying his best, of course, but he's just not helping at all. They catch him in a milk bottle, get the diamond back, and take him to the police. Lock him up and throw away the key, that's what I say. In fact, I think we should bring back the death penalty for this penguin, because he ruined Gromit's birthday. We need to be more tough on crime. Feathers gets put into a zoo, and then back home, Wallace and Gromit are counting up the money that they were given as a reward for catching him. Oh my god, they don't need a lodger anymore, they have the money. Gromit, I hope you didn't forgive Wallace that easily, because, don't forget he literally ruined your birthday. He better have given you an apology, I swear to god. Wallace and Gromit have crackers and cheese in the living room for old time's sake. Another classic example of the British mundane, if you ask me. And the film ends with the discarded techno trousers walking off into the sunset. The end. The film was really well received at the time. I think this one was a bit more of a critical success. Look, we love the original film, but there's something about this one. I think it's like just that film noir spice to it. It's so good. Also, they actually had like production quality on this one, and you can really tell the difference. A huge part of the success of this film is the character of Feathers McGraw. It kind of made people realise how gripping animation can be. In the Aardman documentary that I was talking about earlier, they have like all these famous animators talking about how much they love specifically this film. They're just praising the hell out of it.
It was Hitchcockian. You'd never seen Hitchcock in clay animation, come on.
The film also expanded a bit more into American audiences. In fact, I found this older advert for the first film. Like, for some reason, it gets it the other way round and makes it seem that The Wrong Trousers is actually the first film and that A Grand Day Out is a sequel to that. I don't know, it just shows how much of a wider reach The Wrong Trousers got compared to A Grand Day Out.
It's Wallace and Gromit, and they're planning their next vacation. Your whole family will love the delightful animation and charming characters in Nick Park's second hilarious adventure.
This time, Wallace and Gromit actually won the Best Animated Short Film, and Nick Park went on with a really comically large bow tie. Love that. Honestly, going to the Oscars with a comically large bow tie is such a green flag. That's so funny.
I'd just like to thank company directors. Thank you.
Also, apparently at this time, Aardman Animations were getting loads of offers from loads of big animation studios in America, including Disney, because they wanted the rights to a possible feature-length Wallace and Gromit film. But Peter and David knew, like they've seen it before. They knew that this is probably not going to work out for them.
We understood that Hollywood could be a brutal place. We didn't want to be chewed up and spat out. We relished our independence, so getting a deal right was important to us. Disney, the world's biggest animation company, had even proposed a free movie deal and confirmed it in writing. It was tempting, but Peter and David were canny enough to spot the pitfalls it entailed.
Aardman stuck to their guns. They weren't going to sell it off to Disney. And so, by the end of 1994, another Wallace and Gromit film goes into production. Okay, this is the second day of filming. There's been like a week-long gap between filming. I cut my hair. I didn't cut my hair for the dramatic effect of the video, I just cut it because it really needed to be cut. Look, I've been delayed filming because Spotify Wrapped came out and it was like a jump scare. Wait, what day is it? It's the 4th. Wait, it's the 4th and I haven't done my advent calendar yet. Wait, am I gonna do this on video? I think I am. Okay, it's the 4th of December. Where is the 4th? Oh, there we go. I got it. I don't care, I'm gonna eat it now. It's my video. Oh my god, that is so good. Let me wash it down a little bit. I love making this video. I'm not gonna lie, I really do. Now I need to sit here for a minute and chew this chocolate. Okay, I didn't make this through. Okay, going back to the board, this particular film that's coming up next actually had a considerably larger budget than The Wrong Trousers. They actually doubled the budget for this film. Apparently they were using this next film as a kind of test of the boundaries of what Wallace and Gromit could do, seeing if they could take this from an intimate one studio, one person, one puppet kind of thing to a industrial scale. Because after you win a couple Oscars, you know, there's a lot more of a high demand. There's real money to be made.
Aardman Animation's Bristol studios have just completed their most ambitious project. With a budget of £1.3 million and a workforce of up to 40 people, this film is set to be Wallace and Gromit's biggest adventure yet.
We were looking at A Close Shave as a dry run for the feature film we'd hope to do in the near future. We wanted to see if we could turn what was essentially a cottage industry of Nick and one or two other animators into a more industrial process without the quality of animation suffering. The simple fact that there was a larger crew for this film meant that Nick Park himself had to take on a very different role. It used to be that Nick Park would be all up in there, very intimate, he's getting his fingerprints all over the clay, he's doing everything himself. But now with this next film, he's working more as a director, overseeing all the animators and kind of making sure that it all goes to his vision. He's like the auteur of Wallace and Gromit. if you believe in that kind of thing. Nick works almost like a theatre director. The animators are his actors and he has to direct their performances.
For each animator, we'd have to have a couple of conversations where we'd talk through the action and make sure that I was communicating what I wanted. Really, it was a bit like working with actors in that it's a case of seeing what they could bring to it and seeing how they understood the part.
This next film sets the tone as like a lot darker, a lot scarier. It's very atmospheric. The film opens with a plate of cheese next to Wallace with a knife that falls as the house shakes. The shaking continues in Gromit's room and we can see Gromit knitting. Gromit knitting in bed, that is a very strong thematic point of the film. It's all about wool and knitting and sheep. And then it turns out the house is shaking because of this huge truck outside that's carrying sheep. A little sheep escapes from the truck and walks off. And then we get this absolutely menacing shot of the driver who's about to get out of the truck and get the sheep. But then this mysterious hooded figure says, no, it's not worth it, don't do it. The driver then watches the sheep walk into Wallace and Gromit's house, now with the sign outside of it saying, Wallace and Gromit's Wash and Go window cleaning service, and the truck full of sheep drives off. And this opening is genuinely quite scary in a atmospheric kind of way. There's a lot of visual information given to us. Who are these people in the truck? Why are they carrying sheep? What's going on? Why is there such a dark tone? In the morning, we see Gromit holding up this newspaper with the headline, Wool Shortage. Newspaper headlines are very important in this one. Wallace, like usual, comes down from the ceiling and gets his clothes put on, but then Gromit pushes this button to a machine which kind of shoots porridge into Wallace's bowl, and then the machine malfunctions and starts like just squirting porridge everywhere. Gromit looks at the cable of the porridge machine and sees, it's been chewed through. What's going on there? Then Gromit goes through the hallway. There's a plant with a big chomp taken out of it. There's a box of oats with a big chomp taken out of it. The newspaper, chomp. The cheese, chomp. And Gromit, oh my god, there's something behind you. But there's no time to waste. Wallace gets a call from a wool shop in the high street who wants their windows cleaned stat. Wallace then slides through this kind of industrial conveyor belt machinery system. My guess is this is what they've done with the high ceilinged basement that we saw in the first film. They have a massive basement. It's like a TARDIS, it's bigger on the inside. And again, my theory is that Gromit is doing all the work. He is the labour behind all this machinery. Wallace gets suited up and lands on this motorbike, which then rides off. This is such a technological advancement from the last film. You know, you'd be lucky to see a few inventions, some techno trousers. Now it's full-on machinery, you know, suiting up, custom vehicles, whatever this movement is. Wallace and Gromit arrive at the wool shop and Gromit gets hit with this jump scare, this menacing face looking down at him. We get reminded of the plot point of the wool shortage as there's signs everywhere that says wool shortage, 2 balls per person. 2 balls per person. Really? That's what we're doing. Wallace looks into the shop and sees this dashing lady looking back at him. In a shot I have to compare to this shot from the Grand Budapest Hotel. It's very romantic. Now this is Gwendolyn Ramsbottom, a character who marks a first for the Wallace and Gromit franchise. She is the first human character who isn't Wallace.
Ramsbottom. Gwendolyn Ramsbottom.
And in this film, they've kind of taken the opportunity to make her Wallace's love interest. The trend of giving Wallace a love interest is a trend that continues on throughout the films going forward. But Gwendolyn, she was the trend setter. Let's get that straight. And I can see what they're doing with Gwendolyn. Like, she's got a dog, similar to how Wallace has a dog. It's kind of a binary opposition. But in making a love interest for Wallace, they've also made just a female version of Wallace, and that kind of bleeds over into the character design. She looks more like Wallace's sister, and I don't think that was the intention, but they really look like siblings. It looks like Wallace with a wig on, but it's still cute, I guess. I think they work very well together. There's a lot of chemistry. Wallace goes in and immediately drops this display of wool like a nerd in a high school drama.
Oh jeez, I dropped it. I'm such a klutz. Oh, I'm such a nerd.
Won't take a minute.
Where's your playlist taking you? Down the highway? To the mountains?
or just into daydream mode while you're stuck in traffic. With over 4,000 hotels worldwide, Best Western is there to help you make the most of your getaway, wherever that is. Because the only thing better than a great playlist is a great trip. Life's the trip. Make the most of it at Best Western. Book direct and save at bestwestern.com.
Preston, Wendellin's dog, leaves abruptly and bullies Gromit on his way out. Rude, what's Preston's problem? What's up with him? We're gonna have a problem if he keeps being mean to Gromit, okay? Like, that is a threat. Wendelin then says that she inherited Preston the dog and the wool shop from her dad, who was an inventor, just like Wallace. That's a little bonding experience that they have.
He was an inventor.
Never. Well, I'd open to that myself.
Wallace then sees another newspaper headline about sheep rustlers in the area and notices, Wendelin, there's supposed to be a wool shortage, but your wool shop is kind of fully stocked. There's a lot of wool going on here. Don't you know it's a cost of living crisis? And then all of a sudden, Wendelin turns sour. And she's like, oh, you better leave. You better be on your way. Okay, Wendelin, what's with the sudden switch up? Why are you being like this? I'm just pointing out that you have a lot of wool in your shop. Then Preston, the dog who left the wool shop, has walked all the way to Wallace and Gromit's house looking for that escaped sheep. This tells us that he was in fact the dog driving the truck. He must be the one doing the sheep rustling. Wallace and Gromit arrive back and he immediately goes and hides. When Wallace and Gromit get in the door, they see that the house is just an absolute wreck. Looks like a bomb's gone off. There's just bite marks taken out of everything. The furniture, the food, probably the wall, just chomp, 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 chomp. They walk into the kitchen and see that little escaped sheep munching on a bone.
The little chap must be really hungry. We'll have to get you cleaned up.
They go down to the cellar, put him in this machine that gives him a wash and like a light shave. This little sheep is so cute and he's like making little noises like, nah. And then they decide to call the sheep Sean.
We'll call him Sean, eh?
As they leave the cellar, it turns out that Preston, the mean dog, was watching them the whole time. And then he goes and snatches the plans for Wallace's washing machine. It's not a washing machine. Well, it is a washing machine, but it's not like a washing machine. It's a machine that washes sheep. Back upstairs, we see our third news headline. Killer dog on the loose. So we know that the authorities are onto the fact that whoever's taking all these sheep and causing the wool shortage is maybe a dog. Interesting. I'm gonna guess that it's Preston. Like, I'm just going on a vibe-based analysis right now. I think it's Preston. The next day, Wallace and Gromit are cleaning the clock in the town square with the porridge gun, but instead of porridge, they're using like soap suds. Wallace then walks back into the wool shop, you know, attempting to shoot his shot again. And as he does, Sean the sheep goes ahead and walks down this back alley. Gromit's concerned about the sheep, and then he starts cleaning a different wall. And then all of a sudden, Sean the sheep's head just like comes through this hole in the wall. Gromit pokes his head through to kind of suss out the situation, and then like he's got his head in a painting that makes him look like a butcher holding Sean, and then a camera flash goes off, like an old-timey camera flash. The kind of flash where the camera like really means it, you know. Gromit thinks, what the hell was that? So then he runs up to the house, goes to the other side of the wall, and then there's this painting with a head cut out of it. And then he looks out the window, and Sean's been taken. Gromit freaks out to go and save Sean, and meanwhile, Wallace is still chatting up Wendelin, like he's just there talking. Wallace, get your head out the clouds. Sean has literally been kidnapped. Gromit opens up the sheep truck and all these sheep run out and they drag Wallace away. Gromit sees Sean, lets him go, but before he can get out, he gets abducted by Preston, who's driving the truck with Gromit inside to God knows where. Gromit's literally been kidnapped. Preston, what the hell were you gonna do with Gromit? Cut to our fourth newspaper headline. Killer dog Gromit arrested. What? Gromit's been framed. He's been framed by Preston and incarcerated, using that stupid picture as evidence. Without Gromit there, Wallace is doing really bad. He's living with a flock of sheep, and we see him open up newspapers that just get progressively worse. Gromit gets life in prison. How could this happen? Gromit literally did nothing wrong. You literally have one piece of evidence. I know that I said we should be tough on crime when Feathers McGraw got arrested, but I take it back. Like, what the hell was going on? I mean, he literally did nothing.
What's the charge? Cleaning a window? A succulent Wendelin wool shop window?
Get your hands off my peanut.
Cut to Gromit in prison. He's reading Crime and Punishment. He's reading up on his rights. People don't really know this about Gromit, but he's actually really intellectual and really well read. Gromit gets this jigsaw sent to him anonymously with a secret message. Friday night, 8 p.m, be ready, a friend. But hold on, Friday night, 8 p.m, like that's now. Wallace and this entire flock of sheep arrive to break Gromit out of prison because deep down, Wallace knows that Gromit is innocent. Now we get to the point of the film where Wallace and Gromit are on the run from the law. And then there's this moment in the film that I just, like, it's just so funny to me. There's police sirens going off, they're on the run, and then Wallace says,
I suppose you'll have to skip the country now. A fugitive, eh? You'll be hunted down.
But as Wallace and Gromit are hiding from the police in a sheep farm, the truck from before pulls up. The sheep rustlers are Preston, no surprise there, and Wendelin. Wendelin? What are you doing? Preston the dog sees Sean the sheep with his little jumper on and starts getting all mean. And then Wendelin's like, no, stop it, Preston. I can't keep doing this. You're so mean, Preston. It was bad enough when we were just collecting the wool. This is just evil. You've turned evil, Preston. Preston turns on Wendelin, sticks her back in the truck, and then Wendelin says, you're not going to turn me into dog meat. Dog meat?
You're not going to turn me into dog meat.
Dog meat?
What kind of evil thing is... What's going on? Wallace and Gromit go to save Wendelin in their motorbike. This initiates yet another really great chase sequence. It's really Indiana Jones style. There's cars bumping into each other, like, and they're climbing onto the roofs. At one point, Gromit's sidecar gets separated and then falls off a cliff. But then don't worry, the sidecar turns into a little mini plane and Gromit's like flying it all over the place. Gromit flies alongside the truck and shoots Preston with the porridge gun, but it's not soap anymore, it's like extra thick oats. Preston drives into this warehouse and puts Wallace, Wendelin and the sheep into this modified version of Wallace's machine. I remember how Preston stole the plans, or he's modified them into like a killing machine, a sheep killing machine. And Wallace gets really defensive about owning the copyright of the machine, which is a really great insight into Wallace actually, because like, is this how he makes money? Does he build machines and then sell them to companies?
That's my machine. I've got patent pending on that.
Gromit flies into the warehouse attempting to save everyone on this little plane, but then Preston just like holds the propellers of the plane like it's nothing. Like, does he have super strength or something? Like, what's going on? Wendelin, what are you feeding this dog? Preston falls into the machine and then they all think that they've won, but no, Preston is breaking out of the machine from the inside, and Wendelin drops this absolute bomb of Preston lore. Preston is a cyber dog invented by her dad.
He's malfunctioning.
Mal what?
Malfunctioning. Preston is a cyber dog. He's turned out evil.
Out comes Cyberdog Terminator looking Preston, who, like, it's just so scary. This was really scary when I was a kid. I don't know about everyone else, but it's like the way he chomps his mouth like that is just like, that's absolutely terrifying. The meat mincing machine starts up, and this is where all hell breaks loose. Now everyone's running on the conveyor belt, about to get minced to death and turned into dog food. It's about to get Sweeney Todd levels of gore up in here. But then Sean gets this like sandbag or something and pushes Preston into the machine. And because Preston's made out of metal, the machine clogs up. Preston is done for. Sean the sheep has saved the day.
Hey.
We get to the end of the film now, a bit further in the future, and Wendelin comes to thank Wallace and Gromit for everything, and also thank Wallace for, apparently he modified Preston. He's less murderous now. It's basically like a robot dog lobotomy. And then to wrap up Wendelin and Wallace's storyline, we get this exchange of dialogue.
We were just about to have some cheese.
Oh no, not cheese. Sorry, it brings me out in a rash. Can't stand the stuff.
Not even Wensleydale.
What? She doesn't like cheese. She doesn't... Hold on. Wait, I need a moment. She doesn't like cheese. Not even Wensleydale. The ending of the film is an absolute shock. I can't even begin to comprehend the heartbreak of it all. Wallace thinks that he's found the one. He thinks he's found the perfect woman for him. But then he finds himself in a position where he has to choose between true love and cheese. But what we learn is that it can't be true love if you can't have cheese.
What's wrong with Wensleydale?
And also, I do relate, like, whenever someone says to me, like, oh, cheese? I can't stand cheese. I hate cheese. So you hate life? You hate love. You hate friendship. You hate everything that's good in the world. You've never had a Baby Bell? Never had, like, a bit of Cathedral City cheese? Never dipped a bit of fondue before, a bit of camembert? No? My favourite thing about this scene is that as Gwendolyn is saying her final goodbye and talking to Wallace, you can kind of hear a sound effect that to me sounds a lot like Wallace closing the door mid-conversation because he's so upset.
Goodbye. Chuck.
This being the last note that the film ends on is extremely poignant. It tells us a lot about Wallace as a character, but it also tells us a lot about Britain as a nation, our attitude towards cheese. British people, we love our cheese.
Mark, we're supposed to be getting a couple of bits for tonight. I'm not doing the Christmas shopping day, so you can put it all back because you're not getting it today. Sorry.
The now iconic line that Wallace says, you know, not even Wensleydale.
Not even Wensleydale?
That line left such an impression with people that everyone at the time thought, yeah, Wensleydale? Yeah, Wensleydale. I like Wensleydale. You know what? Alexa, put Wensleydale on the shopping list. The Wensleydale Creamery, which was at the time going through a bit of a financial struggle, was actually saved by the interest that people had in the cheese after the film came out. It wasn't entirely to do with Wallace and Gromit, that would be kind of crazy, but the publicity, it helped. Okay, it helped the creamery. The stocks of Wensleydale rose catastrophic, not catastrophic. Well, right, I just need to move on.
One of the major benefits is the association of Wallace and Gromit with Wensleydale cheese.
The Wensleydale Creamery had been in serious financial trouble, but after the cheese starred in Wallace and Gromit's adventures, its popularity shot up and orders came rolling in once more. Wallace and Gromit were heroes in more ways than one.
Nowadays, Wensleydale really play into the connection with Wallace and Gromit. They even have, like, special Wallace and Gromit edition cheese, like with Wallace and Gromit on it. Look at that, I love that shot. It's so whimsical.
I have heard from people at the Wensleydale factory that a small number of people bought it out when it was going bust. It was when we made a close shave. The lady there told me that she saw a close shave that night on the telly and phoned all their partners in the business, and apparently that really did boost the sales. And it was amazing just to have the power to make or break cheese companies.
Another important thing to note that after the release of this film, the character of Shaun the Sheep went on to be really popular. I mean, it makes sense looking at the character design alone. Shaun the Sheep, iconic. There's even this great photo of Emma Bunton from the Spice Girls in 1997 wearing a Shaun the Sheep backpack. I want one. I want a Shaun the Sheep backpack. I will be looking into it. Shaun the Sheep proved to be really popular with kids. He had his own television show. He had 2 feature-length movies. The whole point with Shaun the Sheep is that all the characters are non-verbal and they have this kind of universal language of comedy. It makes it very accessible to wider global audiences. The show was really popular. I remember watching it as a kid. There's even this song that was made for the first film from Rizzle Kicks. It's just so good. It's so good. When I found this video, like, I could have cried. It's so good.
Hey yo, Shaun, you ready to kick it with us, man? That's what I thought. What you know about Shaun the Sheep? Peeps hang on the words he bleeds.
Slay. Also, another funny thing about Shaun the Sheep, because like there's no dialogue, the people who do like voice acting, they just do sheep noises. And then you have like the guy who plays Mr. Tumble doing all these really crazy sheep noises. And he just does it. He goes straight for it. He's so talented at the sheep noises.
I've been providing the voice for Shaun for about 6 years now. So you experiment really with your voice. I found that I kind of went with kind of a, you know, and you just experiment like that. But there's so many expressions, you know. For instance, if Shaun is sad, there's a lot of like. Shaun can be very happy as well with a giggle in the bar. So it's more. Yeah, there's quite a lot to it, yeah.
Now, in terms of Wallace and Gromit, after this film came out, they took a decade-long hiatus. The next film wouldn't be until 2005. And during this hiatus, they would like pop up occasionally, maybe on like a TV advert or something like that. Most notably, in 1997, there was a short-lived Wallace and Gromit stage production called Wallace and Gromit: A Grand Night Out. There's no like footage of performances, there's only like a few details about what the plot was. I did find a pamphlet on the internet with loads of different scanned photos of the production, some details on it. The production seems to be based on the idea, what if Wallace and Gromit was live action? And the plot line being, I guess, that Feathers McGraw has escaped out of prison and wants revenge. It was a good effort, I think. But in reality, this stage production just looks insane. They have like these fake noses, and then the woman playing Feathers McGraw is just like a woman with a hood on and some makeup on, and she's just like standing there with a knife, and it just looks so menacing. Like, oh my god, why are we trying to make this happen? The idea of having a live action Wallace and Gromit has popped up before. Back in the day, there was like this clip circulating of a supposed live action Wallace and Gromit coming soon, but it turned out this was just completely false. It was a clip from the Lenny Henry show where Lenny Henry, the comedian, played both Wallace and Gromit in like this stupid costume in a sketch that was comedically called The Right Trousers.
You are a man's best friend. Mind you, I do get a bit lonely.
And then the right trousers that Wallace is wearing are like dancing trousers that like attract people to him. It's so terrifying, actually. Lenny Henry is wearing these rubber suits, and it's just like, and the way his mouth moves, it's like cursed. I can't, and like imagine being a little kid like saying live action Wallace and Gromit, and then you just put this on.
What do you think, Gromit? Hey, well, there you go, Gromit. The ladies will love this.
Stop jigging. Can't get them off.
I can't stop jigging my trousers at programme.
Having little strange moments like this in pop culture just go to show how much of an original impact Wallace and Gromit had. Even when there was no films on, like everyone's parodying them and making adaptations of them because they're that iconic. They're so iconic. Imagine having only 3 short films out and there's already people saying like, we should adapt this. That's how good they are. A Close Shave was a big hit and was once again given the award for Best Animated Short Film. And this time the award is like being read out by Jackie Chan and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Like what? Every time this award is being read out, it's like, it's so silly and goofy. Before it was Woody Woodpecker.
Jackie, can you read that?
The Oscar goes to Close Shave, Nick Park.
So, to Wallace and Gromit and all the crew and everyone else back home, thanks a lot. We did it again. Thanks.
The 2 Wallace and Gromit films that came out in the 90s, The Wrong Trousers and A Close Shave, do definitely feel like kind of like spiritually connected. They're very similar to each other. You can tell that they were made like very close to each other. And now instead of going for a 3rd film straight away, Wallace and Gromit went on hiatus because guess what? Aardman Animations were in talks at the time to do a feature-length film because they had signed a deal with this new company on the block called DreamWorks. At the time of the deal, DreamWorks was a completely new venture from Steven Spielberg and this guy, Jeffrey Katzenberg. Originally there was a post-it note there in the last section, but then it dropped off. I was going to do a dramatic reveal of Jeffrey Katzenberg, but like, ooh, Jeffrey Katzenberg, but the post-it note fell off and my dramatic reveal has been ruined. So anyway, this man and Steven Spielberg were starting DreamWorks. The story behind Jeffrey Katzenberg starting DreamWorks is actually very interesting. Jeffrey Katzenberg used to be in charge of Walt Disney Animations. He was behind like the classic Disney Renaissance films like The Beauty and the Beast, The Little Mermaid. And then basically Katzenberg was ousted by Disney in the 90s. There was some CEO drama at Disney and Jeffrey Katzenberg was fucked over. And ever since, Jeffrey Katzenberg has just made it his life mission to be as petty and bitter towards Disney as possible. Him working on DreamWorks is basically a big fuck you to Disney. That's why at DreamWorks you see like Disney would come out with A Bug's Life and then DreamWorks would come out with Ants. that kind of weird relationship between DreamWorks and Disney, that's all Jeffrey Katzenberg. Aardman Animations signed with DreamWorks after Jeffrey Katzenberg won the bidding war for the film rights. Jeffrey Katzenberg obviously wanted a bit of Aardman's Oscar prestige. He wanted a bit of Oscar pizzazz. Who's Oscar pizzazz? Sounds like a person. I want a bit of Oscar pizzazz. Oh. I've been chasing these guys for 5 or 6 years, ever since I first saw Creature Comforts. Jeffrey Katzenberg is like, how do I say this? He's a strongly opinionated man. He's like the archetype of the really arrogantly rich American film producer. And that is such a strong contrast with the way that Aardman do things. You know, they're very gentle, they're from Bristol, they're just a couple of lads. And then in comes Jeffrey Katzenberg, like, what if we gave Wallace a girlfriend? The guys at Aardman, you know, Peter, David and Nick, they were kind of originally scared about going into the Hollywood system and signing any contracts. They're very protective of their work. But their nerves went away as they had a meeting with Steven Spielberg. As soon as they met him, they immediately signed the paperwork because they saw Steven Spielberg and they thought, yeah, oh guys, we're safe. Because, I mean, who wouldn't feel safe after a meeting with Steven Spielberg? Steven Spielberg's like cinema personified.
I remember flying on DreamWorks' private jet. I had to kind of pinch myself. I never thought plasticine would lead to such a glamorous lifestyle.
Joining DreamWorks meant that Aardman had gone all the way now. They were now at a Hollywood scale of ambition. Big productions, huge crews, huge budgets. The first film that they made with DreamWorks was Chicken Run. And like, believe me when I say this, I could talk about Chicken Run all day. You really don't want me to talk about Chicken Run because you're going to be scared. Chicken Run is like one of my favourite films. Like genuinely. Like not even as a joke, it's just so good. I could honestly talk about it all day. I will make a video about it one day, but not this video because this video is about Wallace and Gromit and I really don't want to get sidetracked. Okay, so after Chicken Run, Aardman decided like they should do Wallace and Gromit next. They should revisit Wallace and Gromit with a Hollywood budget, with their first feature-length Wallace and Gromit film, eventually releasing in 2005, Wallace and Gromit and the Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Oh, I remember watching this as a kid. Get ready. This film is scary. The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. This film is like the wild card of the Wallace and Gromit films. It's the big DreamWorks feature film. And yes, also we're filming in a different location on a different day because it's getting all Christmassy where I usually film, and the only place that isn't all Christmassy is up here in my bedroom where I'm hiding, talking about Wallace and Gromit. I'm so glad that Aardman decided that Wallace and Gromit was the next film to do for DreamWorks because like Wallace and Gromit, they really needed their feature film treatment. They really deserved it at this point.
Pitched the idea to Jeffrey. He called me up that night and said, Nick, I really want to make a Wallace and Gromit movie with you.
The characters are, you know, just as delightful, if not more so, up on the big screen. You know, they translate beautifully to the cinema.
Obviously, DreamWorks did other films with Aardman, but this is the only Wallace and Gromit film in this context. And I think to compare DreamWorks Aardman with Bristol Aardman, they feel a lot more comfortable doing big sequences because obviously they have the studio space, they have the animators. Suddenly doing a big chase sequence doesn't feel like a gamble anymore. Also, this being a feature film with a big budget, we get to have multiple new talking characters. Before, we were lucky to have, you know, one secondary human character, you know, Wendelin. Wonder where Wendelin is, hope she's doing okay. And now we have a whole cast of characters. We have Ralph Fiennes and Helena Bonham Carter. This is a major Hollywood production. Every Wallace and Gromit film has a tie to a different genre. You know, we had science fiction and crime and Indiana Jones style action. This one I would categorize as a kind of hammer horror. It's like a monster film basically. It's very Frankenstein, it's very Jekyll and Hyde. I'm gonna try and keep this briefer and to the point. This video is probably gonna be an hour long, let's be real, and I don't want it to be 2 hours long. I'm gonna be editing this for like a month. That was supposed to be a joke. I have been editing this for a month. Look at this timeline, look how big this is, look how huge this is. This film no longer sees Wallace and Gromit as window washers. No, they have a new gig. They are anti-pesto, humane pest control. And by pest, I mean they're catching rabbits. They're not like fumigating people's houses for bugs and cockroaches. That would be very weird. They're catching rabbits, but humanely. A common theme in this film is animal cruelty, and Wallace and Gromit serving as a humane, nurturing alternative to the issue of catching rabbits. Gromit said, you know what? I'm going vegan. I love animals. Solidarity with my rabbit folk. The film starts on Wallace and Gromit going out in the middle of the night in their new van and arriving to catch one of the rabbits. Gromit bags the rabbit. This little thing was about to eat this entire vegetable patch. Like, he is so hungry. Look at him. And they're like, oh my god, thank you so much, Anti-Pesto, like, for saving this veg.
Oh, me prize! Pumpkin, you've saved it, Anti-Pesto.
And as Wallace and Gromit drive away, we find out that all this veg everywhere, and you know, why is everyone growing all this veg? There is 4 days to go until the annual giant vegetable competition. This is major. All of the townspeople want to win. They're all growing their own veg. They're getting really competitive. They're treating their veg like their veg is their children. The townspeople will stop at nothing to protect their vegetables. They've even got like members of the church involved.
And I hope they give them pests what's coming to them and all.
Amen to that, Mrs. March.
In the morning back at home, you know, we see Gromit and he's an absolute housewife basically. He's got his apron on and he's chopping up all this veg and sending it down to these little rabbit hutches in the cellar. Presumably these are all the rabbits that Wallace and Gromit have caught during their time as Anti-Pesto. And again, like, how big is this cellar? They've got all this machinery down there, they've got all this stuff, and they're housing like God knows how many rabbits. How much room do they have down there? Gromit, after dealing with some escaped rabbits, serves up Wallace some breakfast as usual, but this time gives him some vegetables. Gromit said, Wallace, you're going on a diet. You need to eat some vegetables, okay? You need to focus on your gut microbiome because the gut microbiome is really important, like your gut health, there's massive health benefits. And Wallace is acting cool and like, oh yeah, thank you. But then behind Gromit's back, he's thrown it in the bin. He's like, I don't want rabbit food. I want some cheese. I can't do this, I need cheese. After this, we establish Gromit's main character arc. He is growing this like really beautiful marrow in the back garden. It's his prized possession. He's gonna win the vegetable competition and he's formed a bond with it. It's like his love interest. He's literally hugging this marrow. It's such a nice addition of a plot line, and it's very cottagecore as well. Like this frame here, this is going straight into my Pinterest board, okay? Later on, Wallace and Gromit get this call from Lady Tottingham of Tottingham Hall. I love her so much. Queen. Yeah. Yes, Lady Tottingham. She's serving Downton Abbey. She's serving aristocracy. She's definitely friends with Camilla Parker Bowles. She's got a really bad rabbit problem and she needs Wallace and Gromit down there stat. Like, this is serious. She needs help. And Wallace is like, yes ma'am, you guys are in a crisis, I'm on my way. Lady Tottingham gets a visit from this man who looks like he voted for Rishi Sunak. He's an absolute walking ick of a man. This is Victor, and he's trying to impress Lady Tottingham, and he's like, why did you hire Anti-Pesto? I could kill the rabbits myself, I can do pest control. All you gotta do is just give it, you know, one shot, and, you know, all you gotta do is just, like... But Lady Tottenham's like, no, Victor, stop being weird. I'm not going to kill some rabbits. When Wallace and Gromit arrive, they see all the rabbits and set up this like rabbit vacuum. And basically it ends up taking Victor. Sounds really dark. But Victor gets sucked into the vacuum and it takes his toupee as well. And Wallace goes, oh my god, we've got a big rabbit here, Gromit. Let's give it some more suction. And Victor gets sucked up this rabbit vacuum through the mud. And Lady Tottenham turns up and she's like really impressed with the machine. And Victor gets dropped out of the machine like covered in mud, toupee snatched. Well, Wallace is an absolute Chad, okay? He just made Victor look like an absolute wimp. This is about to be Victor's incel origin story. Victor's all angry, and honestly, next is probably my favourite Wallace and Gromit joke. It's just so funny. It's just, I don't know. I want to pay, please.
Yes, we take cheque or cash.
To pay, you idiot. My hair's in your machine.
To pay, please. Oh, grand. We take cheque or cash.
To pay, you idiot. My hair is in your machine.
After the job is done, Lady Tottenham says, like, oh, it's such a shame we can't change the rabbit's nature. It's in their nature just to eat veg all the time. It's such a shame. And then Wallace gets a brand new idea and starts the process of inventing a new machine. By combining two of his machines, Wallace plans to manipulate the brain waves of these rabbits that they have and getting them to dislike vegetables so that he can set them free and them not be a threat to all the delectable veggies around town.
Veg bad. Veg bad. Veg bad.
This scene of Wallace experimenting on the brain waves of these rabbits is very, very spooky, and it's reminiscent of, say, like Frankenstein, as Gromit watches as Wallace risks it all with this massive invention. Honestly, this invention of Wallace's is bordering on witchcraft, okay? What do you mean he's manipulating brainwaves? You can literally see the energy of the brainwaves. What is this? They've tapped into some really dark, demented stuff right here. Everything goes horribly wrong though, as Wallace kicks the lever and the process reverses, and there's this convergence between Wallace's brainwaves and the brainwaves of this one particular unlucky little rabbit. This scene used to kind of scare me as a child. Like, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the idea of like information overload with like brainwaves, like having no control over your own brainwaves in this kind of electric chair situation. It's like honestly quite scary. Anyway, putting my childhood fears of brainwaves to one side, Wallace and Gromit give this one rabbit a vegetable and he's like, ugh, no, 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 I'm not eating that, that's so disgusting.
Huh? It worked, Gromit.
I can't.
Also, the noise that the rabbit makes is just so funny. It just does a little... Like, did someone have to do voice acting for that? Was someone paid a salary to do that noise? This poor rabbit has had his neurons fried, okay, completely. And after deciding to call the rabbit Hutch, they go back upstairs and end the night. Wallace has put up a portrait of Lady Tottenham, and she's like technically a client of Antipesto, but she's like the main one, okay? She has a big picture, it's up on the mantelpiece. Yet again, Wallace is completely in love with one of his clients. Cut to Gromit, who is also in love. He's putting his marrow to bed. He's like playing classical music to it. He's got an electric blanket over it and he's making it all cozy. All the neighbours are going to bed and saying goodnight to all their vegetables. But we go back to the hutch in the basement and things aren't looking good. Things are getting spooky down there. This is where the film gets really gothic. We cut to the Reverend, who is blessing his vegetable patch. It's a bit strange that the Reverend gets to join the competition himself, like he's asking God to bless his food. That seems like power corruption to me. The Reverend goes into the church laying out this bountiful display of vegetables, but there's someone behind him, or I should say, something behind him. The Reverend says, oh, this is for the needy. If it's food you want, come forward. But then the creature reveals itself and the Reverend faints out of fear. The creature attacks the display, jumps out the window and goes to wreak havoc on the whole neighbourhood. The next morning, of course, all the townspeople are trying to get in touch with Antipesto. The house is a mess and Gromit's just like so confused, like what's happened? So is Wallace, who seems to have no memory of the previous night.
Morning, Gromit. A pest-free night, perchance. Oh.
The townspeople all convene in the church and they're all furious with Wallace and Gromit. Everyone is absolutely hysterical. They're all worried about their vegetables, but they're also worried, what the hell was that creature? What the hell was that? Why is it so big? What the hell was this? But then the police sergeant, PC Macintosh, tries to reason with everyone.
If you ask me, this was arson.
Arson?
Aye, someone
arsing around.
And then the Reverend comes in as like, no, this is no mortal man. This was a crazed vegetable munching beast. Okay, I saw it myself. In our pride and hubris, we have brought a terrible judgment upon ourselves. The were-rabbit. And then Victor comes in with his gun and he's like, no, this is rubbish. This isn't some supernatural creature. It's just a big rabbit. I can shoot it. In comes Lady Tottingham saying, no, Victor. No violence, please. We can give Wallace and Gromit a chance to catch this creature humanely. Absolute queen. Love her. Wallace makes Victor look like an absolute fool. Serves you right, Victor, you posh incel, for all that animal cruelty. How dare you? Shoot the were-rabbit? No. Guys, look at the way Wallace and Lady Tottingham look at each other. They're literally in love. They're made for each other. Also, just taking a moment to point out her character design, like it's absolutely flawless. The hair, the teeth, the massive red lips. I've definitely seen posh British people who look like this. Peak character design. Okay, going back to the catching of the were-rabbit, Wallace has Gromit puppeting this fake girl were-rabbit in the hopes that the were-rabbit will see this and think, wait, why is she kinda... I'm surprised that I haven't seen the girl version of the were-rabbit on any of the Hear Me Out cakes. Okay guys, hear me out. The girl version of the were-rabbit. The fun doesn't last though, as the car goes through a low tunnel and the puppet gets taken off. Wallace goes to get the puppet to fix it, leaving Gromit in the car knitting while the full moon comes out. This is another example of a really scary scene. It's just Gromit alone in the car, just the sound of the wind. It's really spooky. Gromit's waiting for Wallace to get back, but there's just no sign of him. Notice this little shadow detail as Gromit gets back in the car. Oh my god. Then all of a sudden this vegetable shop window shatters. The were-rabbit is out again and there's no sign of Wallace. Gromit's like, no, I'm not waiting for Wallace. Now's my chance. And he goes chasing after the were-rabbit. Here we get another classic Wallace and Gromit chase sequence. The rabbit is hopping through gardens. Gromit at one point gets a lasso around the were-rabbit. The car gets dragged through a dirt tunnel and the were-rabbit is sucking up all the vegetables from everyone's gardens from below. He's literally like, oh, yeah. Yeah. There's this one lady who gets her carrots eaten by the were-rabbit. I remember watching this when I was a little kid. I remember getting actually a little bit sad for the lady because like the representation of grief is so real. Like she's obviously laboured over these carrots and treated them like her children, and then she watches them perish through a locked greenhouse door and she's like, no, like it's a really earnest like, no. It's honestly a lot of emotion for a children's film.
Nighty night, me lovelies.
Gromit fails to catch the were-rabbit. Are you joking? Wait a second. You cannot be serious. I've just looked at the viewfinder and Wallace is there again. You guys have to see this. Wait. Look, he's literally right there. Again. Gromit loses his grip on the beast and fails to catch it. The next morning, as Gromit arrives home, he is greeted with the door being smashed in and there's muddy paw prints everywhere all over the floor. The house is just a massive mess. Wallace is taking calls from angry townspeople and he's angry at Gromit saying, oh, where were you, Gromit? You left the car. We're supposed to be a team. What the hell? Why did you do that, Gromit? No, Wallace. Where were you? Don't blame Gromit. Gromit was once again doing all the work. You were the one who disappeared. What the hell? Honestly, I'm getting so angry, someone's gonna have to hold me back. Gromit, hold me back. Gromit, hold me back. Gromit's paying absolutely no attention though, and then he notices, wait, these muddy paw prints, they're going down to the basement. And down in the basement, we see Hutch's hutch. It's been ripped apart from the inside. And Hutch himself has grown a lot and taken on a lot of humanoid mannerisms. Surely this is the were-rabbit. They think they've done it. They've captured the beast. Wallace leaves and goes to tell Lady Tottingham. But then, as Gromit goes back upstairs and closes the door, he sees that, hold on, these paw prints, they don't go down to the basement. They go upstairs. Gromit follows the paw prints upstairs and they're starting to look like human footprints and they lead to Wallace's room. Gromit opens the door to Wallace's room and it's filled with the decimated corpses of the were-rabbit's vegetable victims. Wallace is the were-rabbit. Cut to Lady Tottenham's house and Wallace is there and he's letting his rabbit fursona out a little bit, isn't he? I can't believe I just said the word fursona on this channel. I promised myself I never would. Wallace is there in his fancy purple jumper and a bow tie, trying to impress Lady Tottenham. We have a brand new Wallace costume variant unlocked. I want a purple jumper and a bow tie. Now I feel underdressed. Lady Tottenham decides to show Wallace her prized vegetable garden, and now we know this is bad news, okay? Wallace is about to massacre all of these vegetables. Gromit has arrived and he's watching from the outside and he is scared, okay? The sun has gone down. Wallace is about to change any moment now. And Lady Tottenham is showing Wallace all her prized vegetables and being all flirty. And he must resist urge to eat all the vegetables. Gromit has to do something before this all gets out of hand. He throws what I think is like an asparagus at this valve and gets them both completely soaked. Wallace is angry with Gromit for possibly ruining his chances with his crush, but Gromit doesn't care, okay? He's on a mission. He needs to get home before the sun goes down. And I assume he's gonna like chain him up so he can't wreak havoc on the town. But then there's this tree that's fallen down in the middle of the road. There's something wrong here. It's Victor. He wants his revenge. That's right, Victor the incel has had enough. He wants his revenge on Wallace the Chad. Victor is about to beat up Wallace, but little does he know, the sun's just gone down and the moon has come up. Wallace is about to transform. Victor, you're gonna want to step back, okay? You're not gonna like Wallace when he's angry. Something's changing within him.
What the dickens?
This were-rabbit transformation sequence is particularly really good. And after doing my research, I think that this part of the film was the most strenuous part of the production. There's like so many different models that they had to use for the different stages of transformation.
The worst thing was the leg transformation, which probably took about a year from start to finish to build and to finally get animated.
And it's so cute as well because he's like changed completely and he's still got his little bow tie. It's so cute. It's like a little rabbit with a bow tie. A fully transformed Wallace runs off and Gromit follows him and Victor goes straight to find the Reverend as Victor understands now the supernatural situation that they are in. The Reverend pulls out this book with the were-rabbit in it and it's so funny. We get to see the Latin name of the were-rabbit and it turns out the Latin name for a were-rabbit is Caritus Appetitus Giganticus. Love that. In the book we also see a were-cow. Can we get another film with a were-cow, please? In order to kill the were-rabbit, the reference says you need to use a bullet, a bullet, a bullet.
A bullet. A bullet. A bullet.
To kill the were-rabbit, you need to use a bullet made out of 24 karat gold. It's the morning back at Wallace and Gromit's house. Gromit is on edge. When Wallace comes down for breakfast, he's got these massive rabbit ears, and he's still completely clueless to the fact that he is the were-rabbit. He still thinks that the were-rabbit is Hutch in the cellar. Gromit is trying to tell Wallace, like, Wallace, you're gonna want to look in the mirror. You've got rabbit ears, like, connect the dots. You're the were-rabbit. They go down to the cellar to find Hutch. The rabbit who was experimented on has gone full on Wallace. He's even got his own Wallace jumper. No idea where he got that from, but I love that he's in it.
Oh, I do like a bit of gorgonzola.
It's only now that Wallace realises what's happened. Something obviously went wrong with Wallace's invention. You see, Wallace and Hutch have kind of swapped personalities. Hutch is more humanoid and enjoys cheese, whereas Wallace is becoming more like a rabbit and has an insatiable hunger for vegetables. The veg competition is getting set up and the townspeople are worried, but evil Victor comes in and is like, don't worry everyone, I'll shoot the beast with a golden bullet. Lady Tottenham is of course devastated. She did not want this to happen because she's anti-animal cruelty. Wallace is trying to fix his machine to undo the experiment, but honestly guys, it's hopeless. Like he's just basically a rabbit now. He's just a big dumb rabbit. He can't even do inventions.
I don't want to be a giant rabbit.
But Hutch can do it. Hutch has inherited Wallace's human nature. But then the door goes. It's Lady Tottenham. She's letting Wallace know that Victor plans to kill the beast and that she has feelings for him. This could not be a worse time to confess your feelings for Wallace. Like, the sun is going down, the moon's coming out, Wallace is about to transform. Lady Tottenham leaves, Wallace begins to transform, and then Victor shows up, ready to kill the were-rabbit with the golden bullets. Gromit has to get into the lady were-rabbit costume, trying to lure Wallace away so he doesn't get shot. Victor takes aim, and luckily he misses. Wallace, who is fully transformed by now, runs full speed ahead towards the vegetable competition. Wait, let me do an impression of what it would look like if he was let loose on all these vegetables. He'd be like... I went a bit too hard there. Wallace arrives burrowing underground, but then in comes Gromit and Hutch, ready to save the day. They are luring Wallace away from the townspeople with Gromit's prized marrow that he's been working on since the beginning of the film. Victor, who's now run out of golden bullets, is trying to use the golden carrot trophy as a makeshift bullet, and he's arguing with Lady Tottenham. Wallace hears this and is like, "There's no way, you're being mean to my lady right now. Oh, I'm about to beat you up." This is where the film starts to take more of a kind of King Kong approach. You know, Wallace grabs Lady Tottenham, carries her up to the top of the building. All the townspeople have kind of formed a mob, and Victor's like trying to shoot up. Oh, and Gromit's marrow. Yeah, about the marrow. It was squashed. This is genuinely heartbreaking. Like, why would they put this in a children's film? He is literally cradling the guts of his loved one. Wallace carries Lady Tottenham up to the secret vegetable garden, and she immediately recognises that the were-rabbit is Wallace.
Wallace.
I don't know if this was intended to be a joke or not. It's just like so funny how she's like, "Oh yeah, that's Wallace, 100%. That big rabbit, that's Wallace." Yeah, the whole ending sequence is great. Victor is chasing Wallace down. Gromit is in the sky doing a mini plane chase with Victor's evil dog. I didn't really get a chance to talk about Victor's evil dog. That's an interesting character. Just like a really evil dog. It's up there with like Muttley and Sid's dog in the kind of evil dog cinematic universe. But it's definitely not at Preston level yet. Gromit risks himself to save Wallace, and as Gromit begins to crash to the ground, Wallace, as the were-rabbit, jumps to break his fall. But once landing on the ground, the were-rabbit is literally dying on the floor. He's passing away. He's sacrificed himself to save Gromit. It was beauty killed the beast. Wallace transforms back into his human form and is seemingly dead. Gromit is distraught, but wait, there's this cheese here. If only...
Cheese? Cheese! It's me again, I'm back!
The cheese literally revives Wallace, and because he loves cheese so much, that means he's back to his human form. He's no longer the were-rabbit. Everyone is so relieved. Lady Tottenham sees the golden carrot statue and says, "Gromit, I saw your marrow before it was squashed. And you know what? You've worked so hard. You deserve this trophy more than anyone." Guys, he got the trophy. He gets to honour the memory of his marrow. This is so sweet. I'm actually going to cry. Ooh. No, like literally it's been a hard couple months. This is probably what's going to send me over the edge. I'm actually going to cry. The film ends with Lady Tottenham deciding to turn Tottenham Hall into a bunny sanctuary. No need to worry about infestation or housing them. These rabbits are going to roam freely. And that's it. That's the end of the film. The end. This film is such an amazing effort, you can really see it. Wallace and Gromit translates so well into the feature film structure. Every frame is just handled with so much care, and like the colour and the lighting is just so nice. It's just so nice that at least once Wallace and Gromit got to go through the whole feature film experience. They had that DreamWorks money and they just went for it. And it has a positive animal welfare pro-vegetable message. Yay, vegetables! I love vegetables. Like, I actually do love vegetables. I'm actually pescatarian. I've always been pescatarian. When people say they don't like vegetables, it's like really weird. Like, what do you mean? This is so good. What do you mean you don't like broccoli? I love broccoli. An interesting thing about this film is that it's one of the only instances where Wallace and Gromit had a true, like, American style marketing strategy. There was just so much marketing. There was even a video game. Like, look at this.
And what exactly is that on top of your van?
It's a love trap. A were-rabbit lure.
Well, it ain't got me excited.
Come on, Gromit. Show him what you can do.
I
am the last of the Time Lords. I'm from a different planet.
An evolved life form?
And I have waited for the day of your arrival. I'm the doctor.
Doctor what?
Just the doctor?
All right then. I'm called the nurse.
Good team.
You left Earth.
It's been 2 hours?
It was 6 months ago.
This should get you back.
It is bigger on the inside than the outside.
You need to get me home.
You don't need to rush, because
This is a time machine.
Boom.
1952, 51st century.
The 803rd Interstellar Song Contest!
Oh, we're so staying.
We're staying.
What year is this?
2007.
Can't you get this box of yours fixed? Have you ever heard of the planet Earth? Never heard of it. My parents are back home. Are they safe?
I hope so. What?
Roll up.
Doctor,
I think we're being
animated.
Gosh, I'm all flat. And this waistline is impossible.
And I can see
I will not fail you.
Everything is out of sync.
Our entire reality is in danger. I promised that I would keep you safe.
But you can't promise.
I can. I will. I do.
It's just so funny to me how DreamWorks had no choice but to give this a proper marketing strategy when the film is literally a vegetable-based monster film made in stop motion. That's so niche. But it did win the Oscar, so like congratulations Nick Park, yet again, snatching trophies.
Wallace and Gromit in The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Nick Park and Steve Bach.
Actually, we've got a little thing just to match the old bow ties for coordination.
We just happened to bring them along. Cracking cheese, Gromit.
The film was an okay success for DreamWorks. I think it performed better in the UK than it did internationally, which is no surprise. Can't really imagine that many American kids engaging with this a lot. But still, the film was a success. However, the success of the film was kind of overshadowed as a few days after the American release of the film, there was a massive fire in the Aardman Animation's storage facility. The majority of the old models and sets used in previous Aardman films were totally destroyed. The ceiling came down, it was completely engulfed, it was all just gone. It's horrible. Like all the models of like Chicken Run and all the original Wallace and Gromit films were just completely destroyed.
6 o'clock this morning, a day Aardman was meant to be celebrating. Its latest movie, top of the US box office. But in Bristol, much of the company's entire archive was going up in flames.
Called in at work this morning and they, on the one hand, gave wonderful news about how well the film was done in America over the weekend. At the same time, I was given this terrible news that with all our sets from the past 20 years have gone up in flames.
Aardman would then go on to release Flushed Away in 2006, a year later, but as the film was released, it was announced that DreamWorks and Aardman decided to terminate their contract and go their separate ways. If I had to guess, I would say that this happened because the Aardman films weren't as successful as, say, Shrek or Madagascar. And in general, like, Aardman is really just a group of animation nerds from Bristol. I can't really see that mixing well in the studio system. Jeffrey Katzenberg's producing style probably didn't mix that well with the kind of cozy British vibes of Aardman, if I had to guess anyway. Also, with Wallace and Gromit, it's just so British. The way it does everything, the humour, the approach to storytelling, there's no surprise to me that Americans didn't really vibe with it. But now, okay, Aardman Animations is back in Britain, making films at their own pace, on their own terms, for their own satisfaction. Now begins a new era.
I was probably 11 or 12 when someone first said, I think you can actually win a Grand Slam. And I don't think I had any concept of what that actually meant. I reached my first Grand Slam final in 2017 at the US Open. That final was really hard. I was so overwhelmed by the occasion that I couldn't actually play. Last year at Wimbledon, I felt like I was playing really good tennis. For it to end the way that it did was really, really disappointing. I just didn't quite know if I had missed my shot. Bjorn and I started working together the summer of 2023. I think the biggest thing was he really pushed me to be more open to change.
Two of the biggest changes that we made together were changing the serve motion, and the second change was the racket change.
I think I had two different Yonex rackets, and I picked one up, and within 5 minutes, I was like, this is it. I think in the finals, the only thing I kept saying to myself was to be brave and to go after it. I was actually really just present in the match, and I think that was one of the reasons why I had such a good tournament. Having to rebuild and let go of all of the expectations and pressure that I had put on myself finally just gave me the opportunity to get what I had always wanted.
Oh my god, we finally made it to the most recent film. This definitely isn't filmed on the same day as The Close Shave. Don't pay any attention to that. Aardman started producing this film after they had cut ties with DreamWorks. They probably left DreamWorks like those Nicole Kidman divorce photos. At this point, the team of animators working at Aardman was like a well-oiled machine. They had just done a massive feature-length film. So the production of this film was a lot quicker, and Nick Park himself was feeling a lot better about it all.
It's nice to be out of that feature film pressure now. I don't feel like I'm making a film for a kid in some suburb in America and being told they're not going to understand a joke or a northern saying. I'm making this for myself again and the people who love Wallace and Gromit.
So the film opens on a really tense scene. There's this baker, he's alone, he's kneading dough, and he's singing to himself.
Oh, if I knew you were coming, I'd bake the cake, bake the cake.
If I knew you were coming, I'd bake a cake, bake a cake. He's not baking cake, he's baking bread. Plot hole. But there's someone behind him who takes his hat off and kills him, his head landing right into his own dough. And then there's the title of the film. Once again, we cut to a newspaper front cover and we find out the baker was called Bob. Baker Bob. Hold on, a baker called Bob. Bob Baker? That sounds familiar. There was a baker called Bob in the background of A Close Shave, and actually Bob Baker is a man behind the scenes writing the Wallace and Gromit films, so it's all one big Easter egg. Judging by the title of the film, you can probably tell that Wallace and Gromit have yet again switched career paths. Maybe they just got sick of rabbits and window washing, and basically now Wallace and Gromit own a bakery. Top Bun, Wallace and Gromit's traditional bakery. Emphasis on the word traditional, okay? Traditional values. None of this woke nonsense. None of this sugar-free, gluten-free, LGBT Gen Z nonsense, okay? This small bakery in Lancashire still makes bread the old-fashioned way. Do you think Wallace and Gromit would bake a cake for a gay wedding? Honestly, I hope they don't. I really hope they don't. This bakery has an insane amount of infrastructure. There's like a whole windmill. How do you live like this? Because Wallace is literally sleeping next to a massive flour machine. Like, he has no living space. He's literally breathing in flour. Wallace and Gromit are doing their usual routine. Gromit is baking loaves of bread and putting it into the van, and Wallace is having breakfast on the go. They are delivering these loaves of bread like the rent is due. They are really hard at work. Also, keep in mind, context of this film came out in 2008, the financial crash year. Wallace and Gromit are literally working class. They're hustling to make that dough. Do you get it, dough? They're throwing these loaves into people's letterboxes and stuff. And then suddenly Wallace does the older... He sees this absolutely classy looking lady riding the opposite way. And then, oh my god, wait, she reminds me of someone. Is that the Bakelite girl? But hold on, she's falling.
She's in trouble.
Hi everyone, I'm Garrett Whitfield from the Colorado Springs Shield Store, and today I just wanted to take a second to talk to you about our golf fitting promotion that's coming up April 5th through the 13th. You can sign up for this fitting online, and any customer that comes in and does a fitting with us is going to receive some promo items. You get a sleeve of golf balls, a golf towel, and you get to work with some of the best fitters in our company. All of our fitters are certified through the best brands in golf, and we carry the best brands in golf. Whether it's TaylorMade, Callaway, Cobra, Srixon, Mizuno, Titleist, you name it, we've got it. Follow us online, Colorado Springs Shields on Instagram, Facebook for more updates. We'll talk to you soon.
Name's Conrad Harrigan, family man. And if you cross my family, well, you'd better pray. We don't ask, we take. And when someone forgets their place, I've got a man for that. Problem solved.
What is this, the Taliban?
You can all wish you want.
Mobland, new series streaming March 30th on Paramount Plus.
Wallace and Gromit go to help her, and then Wallace like jumps onto the bike. He puts 2 loaves of bread between his knees. And I'm sorry, this bit is just so funny to me. The face that Wallace makes, that is just priceless. Whoever animated that deserves an award just for that. They nearly fall into the crocodile pit at the zoo, but then they just about make it out alive. And we get formally introduced. This lady is Paola Bakewell, and Wallace is a big fan. See, she used to be the Bakelite girl. She was a spokesperson for a company that would make thinly sliced bread. She'd ride her own balloon, she had her own song. Light as a feather, I'm the Bakelite girl. Light as a feather, we should stick together. There's obvious jokes throughout about how Paola used to be skinnier, and you know, that's the whole butt of the joke, is how she used to be skinny, and because she ate so much bread, she got larger. There's jokes like that throughout the whole film.
Are you still ballooning, Miss...
I do beg your pardon.
Oh, no. I mean the Bakelite balloon.
The woman was too stunned to speak.
It was 2008, okay, there was a lot of fat jokes. Get slimmer with Bakelite the thin slice. Oh my god. Do you think she was on Ozempic? Paola and Wallace hit it off. They're going to the park for strolls. They're going on dates. They're going on a gondola. Wallace is absolutely smitten with this woman. Meanwhile, Gromit is left to do all the work in the bakery. Once again, it all falls down to Gromit. Gromit is doing all the work. And being a baker is like really hard. You're supposed to get up at like 5 a.m, bake loads of bread, do a baker's dozen, and like deliver all the... Like, there's really hard work being a baker. I wouldn't know. Things with Paola and Wallace, they ramp up quite a bit. There's even a homage to the pottery scene in Ghost, but this time it's like a bit of dough. I guess that's a bit funny. I have no idea why Jeffrey Katzenberg wouldn't have enjoyed this. Like, what's his problem? Gromit comes home one day after delivering loads of bread, and he finds Paola's stuff everywhere. She's completely changed the decor. She's completely changed the vibe of the house. She's even redecorated Gromit's room. He is absolutely sick of it. But then all of a sudden there's a knock at the door. It's Paola's girl dog, Fluffles. Look at Fluffles. She's an absolute serve. She's like the Marilyn Monroe of dogs. Her eyelashes, her hair, everything is just, it's great. And then Gromit's all shy and his cheeks all red. Maybe having Paola in the house isn't that bad if Fluffles is gonna stick around. But no, it's bad. After Paola leaves her purse and Gromit goes to the house to return it, the whole vibe of the film completely just shifts. Suddenly we're back to this kind of dark, spooky, almost Hitchcockian mood that we saw last in The Wrong Trousers. It's very psycho. It's raining, the doors creaking open. Gromit takes the opportunity to find out more about Paella. Who is this woman? Why is she love bombing on Wallace? Like, what's up with this? Gromit goes into her room and sees these mannequins with Baker's outfits on, and they've all got numbers written on them. It's really spooky. Gromit then finds her secret diary. There's photos of Paella. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 13. Wallace is Baker number 13. It's a baker's dozen. A baker's dozen of Paella's murder victims. Paella is the serial killer who's been killing all of these bakers. Baker Bob, rest in peace. And Wallace is next. The next morning, Gromit is trying to tell Wallace everything he's discovered. He's even got the diary, like he's showing him, but Wallace doesn't care. He tells Gromit, well, me and Paella, we're engaged to be married. Gromit was too late. She's sunk in her claws in, getting married. Paella, the old ball and chain. Gromit is determined. He's made it his mission to make sure that Wallace doesn't become like the other 12 bakers. Gromit puts all sorts of security measures in place. He's got metal detectors. He's checking the food for poison. He's locked away all the possible weapons. And then Paella, the fake bitch that she is, that was very heated, I shouldn't have said it that much. And then Paella, the fake bitch that she is, goes and starts being all nice to Gromit. And then she goes and does this.
Now, my little poochie woochie, let Auntie Paella sort you out.
Our family history results are in. My great-great-grandfather came through Ellis Island.
Mine too.
Jimothy Overson the Third.
Oof.
Oh.
Found out you're related to your spouse? There's an edible for that. Fruit was just the beginning. Get all kinds of deliciousness delivered in an hour or less at edible.com. See website for details and restrictions.
She literally bites her own arm and blames it on Gromit. What kind of woman is this? She's insane. Also, this shot of Paella biting her own arm and leaving it all red is like genuinely terrifying. It used to scare me as a kid. She's like really going for it. It's really scary. Gromit gets a muzzle put on him, and then Paella takes the opportunity. She gets this like really deadly looking plank and gets Wallace to go to the very edge of it, and oh my god, she's gonna push him off. And then bam, Paella gets hit in the face with a bag of flour and she snaps. She has a full PTSD flashback to this bag of flour. She's like, oh, I hate bakers. I hate you. I hate flour. I hate bread. Like, calm down, girl. It's just a bit of flour. Jeez. In a fit of rage, she calls off the engagement and leaves. Gromit for like 5 seconds thinks they're off the hook, and then all of a sudden Paella comes back. She's back in love bombing mode. She's like, oh, I'm so sorry. Can we get engaged? Like, I got you a cake. I can't stay, but I'm gonna leave the cake here. Paella leaves the cake there and says, oh yeah, Fluffles? Fluffles isn't doing too well. Gromit, being really scared for Fluffles, goes ahead and goes to Paella's house looking for Fluffles, but it's a trap. Turns out the cake is a bomb and Wallace is about to be exploded any moment now. Gromit really needs to get back. Paella, what? I can't get over how she's called Paella, and I just keep thinking about the dish, Paella. Paella locks both Gromit and Fluffles into a cupboard filled with old Baker-like memorabilia. Paella thinks she's won. She's finally got her baker's dozen. But no, Gromit and Fluffles escape on the old Baker-like balloon. Gromit makes it back just as Wallace has lit the candle/fuse. It's too late. The bomb is gonna go off. And at this point, Wallace has only just clocked that something fishy is going on.
Gromit, it's a bomb!
No shit, Wallace. Also, I'm just now realising, like, where did Paella buy a bomb? Like, where do you buy a comically large, cartoon-looking bomb without looking suspicious? You know, how did she do that? Not that I want to know. Anyway, Gromit is trying to find a way to get rid of this bomb, but everywhere's unsafe. It's literally that Adam West Batman moment where he's trying to figure out where to drop the bomb. Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Some days you just can't get rid of a bomb.
Paola shows up. This is bad. She's trying to make sure that Wallace gets dealt with. As she's trying to kill Wallace, she tells him all about her backstory and how she used to work for Bakelite and then she gained too much weight. And then she couldn't ride the balloon anymore because she was too heavy. She wasn't light as a feather anymore. Light as a feather, she's too heavy to ride the balloon.
I couldn't ride the balloon anymore, so they dropped me.
What a blow!
No, but seriously, that is quite fucked up. Like, they really screwed her over because she gained a bit of weight. That would not fly today. This is like one of the only instances I actually sympathise with an Aardman villain. I think if I was in Paola's shoes, I would probably do the same thing. Paola is just about to take Wallace out, and then Fluffles comes and attacks Paola with a forklift, Sigourney Weaver and Aliens style. I love this bit. This bit is so good.
Let go of her, you bitch.
They're trying to get rid of the bomb. Paola is fighting with Fluffles, but then all of a sudden the action stops as we realise where the bomb is. It's in Wallace's trousers. Gromit uses his baking skills, gets the dough and stuffs it up Wallace's trousers to try and defuse the explosion. Wallace's trousers get absolutely inflated, and it works. Nobody is harmed. But then we get a full view of Wallace's buns. Who is the poor animator at Aardman who had to animate Wallace's arse cheeks? And why did they make him so thick? Just like thinking about like moving Wallace's arse cheeks like frame by frame. Like 24 frames a second of just pure arse cheeks. Okay, so then Paola escapes on the Bakelite balloon, and because of her own hubris, like she's too heavy for the balloon. She's like, no, I'm fine. But then she falls into the crocodile pit from the beginning of the film and dies. R.I.P. Paola. It all ends with Wallace, Gromit and Fluffles riding off into the sunset in the van. The swift and successful production of A Matter of Life and Death proved that Aardman could do really high quality productions without having to play into the Hollywood system. Or at least they were able to play into the system in a way that they are comfortable with. Aardman, after leaving DreamWorks, have made 7 films. They've had a really good run of films, and the 8th of those films is a new Wallace and Gromit film that is coming out on Netflix on January 3rd. It's also being broadcast on the BBC on Christmas Day. I will be watching. I will be ignoring my entire family to watch this. The TV schedule this Christmas in the UK is like really stacked. Doctor Who, Wallace and Gromit, Call the Midwife. Don't even get me started on Call the Midwife. Gavin and Stacey with, you know who. Aardman Animations, even though they left DreamWorks and have focused more on British audiences, they still have a really large appeal. Wallace and Gromit specifically still remains a cultural phenomenon, even though they haven't appeared on screen properly in 16 years. The fact that Wallace and Gromit is still popular is a clear sign to me of the nuances in the animation industry. On paper, a franchise of slowly crafted plasticine films, like focused on a British audience that releases every decade or so. A CEO like Jeffrey Katzenberg would probably call that a failure, but Jeffrey Katzenberg doesn't know shit. Jeffrey Katzenberg created Quibi, and look where that got him. Aardman have maintained an audience of patient fans that will wait 16 years for a really good Wallace and Gromit film. I think a lot of it has to do with nostalgia as well. A lot of the people who grew up watching Wallace and Gromit are revisiting it. You know, they have their own money to spend. Maybe they have their own kids to show the films to. It's like that perfect moment after 16 years of the cycle of nostalgia.
For me now to be at festivals and wherever and have students and people in their 20s coming up to me saying I was inspired by your work and Aardman is the reason I got into animated films, it's a lovely thing.
Like the other day I went to a Forbidden Planet, this nerd shop that nerds go to, and next to all the Star Wars stuff and the Lord of the Rings stuff, there's just all this Aardman Animations merch being displayed. It's just so intriguing to me how Wallace and Gromit piques the interest of so many different people. Like Wallace and Gromit really does have like a really energized cult following, and there's just loads of merch like this Gromit mug. I love this Gromit mug. This is my favourite mug. Can I buy 10 more, please? There's loads of videos that I see of the Aardman headquarters in Bristol. It's like a treasure trove of different models and different merch, and there's like a Shaun the Sheep statue. It looks so cool in there. There's this one person on the internet that I've seen, Luke Poulton, who I've seen talking about his Wallace and Gromit collection and talking more in general about having a special interest in Wallace and Gromit. Honestly, I'm so jealous of him. Like, he got to visit the Aardman Studios. I want to visit the Aardman Studios.
So even the lift here has the voice of Wallace inside. And then right here we have Wallace and Gromit's house, From a Matter of Life and Death, Top Bun, the bakery.
With the new film coming out, the main antagonist of that film is Feathers McGraw. Feathers McGraw is out of prison. He's come back. He wants revenge. It's really funny how the new Wallace and Gromit film kind of follows the same plotline as the Wallace and Gromit stage show. It makes sense though. Feathers McGraw really needed to come back. That's like one of the most iconic villains of all time. He's so menacing. Also, another thing that I kind of want from the film is I really hope we get Fluffles back, because the last film ended with them all driving away, and honestly, I want to see more of Fluffles. I'm going to be really annoyed if they say like, oh, Fluffles like went away off screen. I really want more Fluffles. Also, another important point to say is I think people appreciate Aardman so much now because the animation industry is going for a rough time. People like Disney are just making loads of horrible decisions. Like, all the animated films are kind of being rushed in this kind of homogenous way. There's less charm to them now. For a lot of people, the magic of, you know, their favourite animated films has started to diminish, you know. Even Pixar is starting to lose a bit of that signature Pixar flavour. Toy Story 5, great, yeah, I definitely want this to happen. Aardman, on the other hand, have really stuck to their creative process. They've realised how special it is. When you're one of the few studios that still creates things the way that they always have, people are going to notice. There is such a visible effort, a tactile, imperfect quality to all of their films. The charm of like A Grand Day Out is so interesting to talk about. Like, what do you mean this one guy spent 6 years making this film as a student project, which then won an Oscar? That's really interesting. And I think even if you're a child unaware of all the effort, you're still going to appreciate the film because you can feel like that aura of the effort coming through in the animation, similar to like Studio Ghibli. You can feel that every frame has been laboured over. And yeah, some of the appreciation that people have for Wallace and Gromit is just like a meme. But I think if it was just a meme, this wouldn't be so big. People wouldn't be so interested in the new film coming out if this was all just a meme for the jokes. Like, a meme can only take you so far. A lot of people got upset on the internet when it was reported that Aardman Animations had run out of clay because the studio that provided the plasticine had shut down. A lot of people for some reason were like, oh my god, there's going to be no more Aardman films, this is horrible. But then Aardman would like, guys, it's fine, we'll just find a new studio. They'll just find a new way of getting plasticine. It's okay. Could you imagine if their business was that, like, fragile? I think this uproar about even the possibility of having no more Wallace and Gromit films just shows how many people care about these films. And to analyse these films eventually leaves you asking, what is life? What is love? Are we all made out of plasticine? Is the earth rotating at 24 frames a second? This video was originally supposed to be like a 2-week little quick thing, but it turned into a really massive project. And in true Aardman fashion, I have taken my time. I haven't seen anyone else do like a big Wallace and Gromit deep dive video like this. So I seized the opportunity to do this and do this properly, like a big video. I love doing big videos, but they are hard to make. So I probably won't make another big video like this for a while. Maybe I'll do Chicken Run next.
Wait.
Just do a big Chicken Run video.
Going through and blocking all follower only chats. Glad I can only listen to something for a minute. Are we in follower only?
I
Gotcha.
don't know, maybe. So thank you so much for watching.
No, you're not.
Subscribe to the channel if you like the video. Maybe share this video if you have
That
any
I
friends who
came in
love
at the
Wallace and
wrong
Gromit,
time.
share
Excuse
the
me.
video with them.
You were
And
having a
honestly, become
conversation that
member
I
because
came in
put
on.
so much work into this video, you have no idea. I'm gonna try and do like a behind the scenes
following is
video of
free.
this. It was quite a long process. Also, if you become a member, you get your name in the credits.
You
Follow me
finished
on
the whole video
Instagram.
chat.
Also, thank
Good
you so much
job.
for being patient with the video as well. Oh, the camera did that thing where it dies right at the end. Okay. You know what? I'm done. Actually, I have no more to say. So I'm just gonna go. Bye!
Oh boy. Dude, Frank the Tan Guy, thank you. Go get you a gamble. Let's see what you got. What did you get? Nah. Nah. This guy kind of looks like Ron Weasley. I'm sure he hears that a lot, actually. Never mind. I take that back. I don't want to be one of the many. Oh, chat. Good morning.
The gifted
Oh,
sub?
boy.
Oh, boy.
Good morning. Jonah. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Wait, is that the first words of the song? Wait. Hello, my friends. Hello. Yep. Calculated. I think my favorite part of thons are the morning. It always feels like waking up at a sleepover. I'm making coffee. That's where the gurgling is. That's not my stomach. I hate when my pockets are out. Ugh, so embarrassing. Jonah, thank you so much for the 5. And you too, Frank. Thank you, guys. Thank you. I burnt my morning coffee. I don't hear that happening a lot. Okay, what do we think of my shirt? It's a joke because TSA, when they x-ray you, they can see your guts. So I'm doing the work for them. Man, I should have worn my x-ray jacket. Honestly, shirt is very fun. You don't think it's like high fashion? Because I think it's like high fashion. Oh my god. Phew, chat. I don't know, you probably weren't here last night when I was going to sleep because I went to sleep at 4 in the morning. But dude, so I checked my messages with the people who I rent the place from just to be sure that we were good because we've been talking a lot. And they sent me a message at like 9 p.m. that I missed, and it was like, hey, just want to let you know, just to remember, our checkout time is 11 a.m. and you're gonna check out at I'm gonna explode, I'm exploding, I'm gonna hydrogen bomb. Just kidding, I feel better now. Never mind, I'm gonna explode, I'm a hydrogen bomb. Never mind, I am a hydrogen bomb. Why are you doing this? Get your act together, man. So she messaged me to say, like, don't forget that checkout is at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And I was like, I literally stood up, like, my heart sank. I was like, no the fuck it isn't. I don't fucking think so. That shirt is the best thing I've seen all month. Slay. So I messaged her, and then I called her this morning and she didn't answer, and I was like, please don't kick me out. It's gonna be really embarrassing. In the middle of my phone, guys. I'm making some coffee, and I'm gonna have to actually. Why does every morning we can't just have fun? I have to do more shit. I have to break down the stuff to return to Amazon. This is bull. Good night, Crispy. I'll come do it for you. Okay, I'll text you. I will text you the where I am at, and we'll see how far you are. I don't have your phone number. I think we're locked in no matter what, because what's going on. But you guys can't watch me put stuff in boxes. There's no like body cam for that. I mean, I can't just pick you up and carry, like, that's gonna make it take way longer. I'll DM it to you, okay. I'm not actually going to invite you over here, just to be abundantly clear. Not that I have a problem with it, actually. If I was by myself, I think I absolutely would. I just don't want to put that. These fuckers, they want me to put a return slip inside of this box. What if I don't? Why am I, well, I guess I could. Oh, I think you should leave. I put on I think you should leave yesterday to go make coffee though. Maybe someone on Fiverr could help? I have my cousin. I know he can help me. I just don't want to wake him up. But, so, okay. I'm asking, I know what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you a genuine question. You're not going to know the answer and you're going to give me bullshit. But it's not because you're trying to not help me. It's because you want to help me, but you don't have an answer. So here we go. I'm going to ask again. If I'm returning something to Amazon and they're asking for me to print out a barcode and put it in the box and I do not do it, what happens? You don't get credit for the return? I don't have a way to print it. I have no way to print this. It says there is no label needed. It does, it says that, but it also says you need to print out a barcode, and I just, first, like, it's saying that now, like, as I'm looking at it. Last night, it did not, that's why I was saying, okay, I can cancel the return and send him somewhere, I guess in an Uber, it's better than nothing, to go drop it off, but I literally can't print it, and I'm not risking not getting your credit back. No shipping label needed. Barcode is for receiving on their end. That's a problem, because if they get it and there's no receiving, if there's no barcode and I don't get the return money, that defeats the whole purpose. I know about the shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up, shut the fuck up. Violent. That was violent. Shut up. I know that. You weren't here yesterday. Zipit.com. Good morning. But did you hear about the UPS store? I'm injured spiritually. Where's, okay. This is so, I'm so mad. I'm mad at myself. Let's be clear. I'm mad at myself. All right. Just gonna have to ship him to a Kohl's. after. That's not my job. What happened to the Vista Bell? Did you probably knew about this then, person from the Netherlands. You probably knew about this. Me neither. Okay. Thanks, Zach. Thank you. I don't believe you, but thanks. I'm fugly, but thanks. I kind of wish that the bell just summoned them instead of letting them through. Like you ring the bell whenever you're like, I really need to see a fish right now. It's just, I really need to see a fish. Can I just get a fish to go like, I really need to see a fish right now. Let me get my coffee, gang. BRB. If you see something big, scream. Mug. Wee wee wee. I want something else. I gotta throw away our pasta sauce. Whack. Gotta throw away our cheese. Whack. I gotta throw away the Dave's Hot Chicken I didn't eat last night. Whack. Coffee? My lady. Put it in the oven. Like hide it from them so that they never find it. I'm not gonna eat it. Can your cousin take the food home? You know what? Maybe I just haven't had my coffee yet. Or that is just a really dumb question. I'm gonna bring day old Dave's not chicken, cauliflower, which I don't think he even eats, on a 5-hour flight. That's insane. Can we get mean Yeb all day? Why do you want me to be mean? I don't want to be mean. I'm a nice person. I'm a nice person. Why are you pushing me to this? I think he just assumed Gabe was local. Yeah, well, he's not, so assumptions make an ass. It's just an ass. She made like, shit, I earned it. You guys need to calm the fuck down. You need to chill. You just keep asking silly questions. Not silly. Silly is not the word. Silly is like, what should I have for dinner? And I'm gonna go, it's breakfast time. I haven't been here for a good portion of the subathon. Didn't know. Thought that you were visiting him. No, I literally dragged his ass out here. I dragged you all out here for, I'm gonna say it, hardly a reason. For appearances. Hardly a reason. I'm worse than Taylor Swift. My eco footprint is now worse than Taylor Swift. I took a plane to travel for funsies. I rented a spot for $1,000 for fun. For fun. This place is $1,000+. The surprise of it not being your house was a reason. Wowee, that sure was a surprise. Yeah, but I could have done it in San Diego. Oh shit, a rat. I used to live in Denver and assume people don't like to visit. I love Colorado. I've been here before, and that's the only reason why I'm cool with not exploring it. Because I've been here before. I've been here twice. I love Colorado. I'll keep coming back. Also, Dr. Spaghetti, we already solved the issue. Thank you thank you. I'm sending him to a Kohl's in an Uber with the monitor. Period. Period. That's it. I love Colorado. It's great. It's so like, it looks like Wanna-Do City. Like certain parts of it, oh, you don't know what that is? Damn it. It looks like a pretend town. It looks like a made-up town. It looks fake. It looks not real. That motherfucker back there. It's not a playlist, just search closing time on Spotify and let it roll. It's closing time playlist. This is from last night. Isn't it funny? Isn't Colorado so like, people live here? Are they real? Just bonkers. Okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I would like to at least ease my mind a little bit and ease my tum-tum.
Thank you for resubscribing to my friend.
Yo! Thank you for 30 months, Soft. I would like to ease my mind and my tum-tum. Oh, hell no. Oh, that's so sweet. But so wrong. This person just added me to TikTok that says, who are some of your girly streamers to watch? Doesn't have to be Fortnite, just need some comfort streamers. And then this person just added me. I'm a discomfort streamer. I make me uncomfortable. Are you kidding? Have you seen the things I eat? We gotta be on the same page about this. Hello. What I was gonna say was to ease my mind and my tummy. I want to play an episode of I Think You Should Leave for you guys, and I'm going to put some things in boxes, not all things, obviously. The things that I cannot put in a box right now are the things that I'm currently using, the desk, the monitor, but everything else is smaller, and I just want to put it away and in a box. So if in the off chance I get, a message from Amazon saying, hey, we're on our way to pick up your stuff, I can go, shit, and then quick hurry up and go throw it outside. I'm gonna die here. Yo, dude, last night, can I say something freaky? Not related to what I just said. Last night, I've noticed that this house is very creaky, and it's made predominantly out of wood. I know a lot, it's probably an old house too, probably old bones. It's probably just creaky because it's made out of wood and that's it, story's over. But last night, I was sleeping, so when I'm sleeping in the basement, it always sounds like there's just so much creaking going on up here. And I'm like, oh, it's because it's the wood, it's an old house, it's creaking, whatever. But it's just so many noises, it's like loud, this house is loud. It's loud. So, whatever. That was sleeping in the basement. Sleeping on the couch last night, it's way louder, but it just sounds like there's someone in the living room because the sounds are coming from here. It sounds like there's people walking around in the living room. Like it's just like, just like steps. Freaky. And I'm not saying that there's ghosts. I'm just telling you what I experienced. I'm not saying that there's ghosts. I'm just telling you what I experienced. So, and then multiple times last night, as I was trying to go to sleep, I kept feeling like, because of all the walking, I think, I kept like picking my head up to look because I thought that my cousin was like coming out of his room and like just standing in the hallway. So I kept like looking because it felt like there was someone in the hallway just looking at me. It was the ghost of Tony Cock. Well, I solved the murder. Oh, you solved the murder. That wasn't even me. Maybe he's coming to get revenge on me. Top of the morning to you. You cannot say top of the morning. You cannot. Top of the morning to you, laddies. Good morning. But so last night, like right as I'm drifting off to sleep, you know how like sometimes you do like that knee-jerk thing where that's how you know it's gonna be a good sleep, when your leg shakes you awake. Right as you're about to fall asleep, you're about to go into a deep REM. I love saying top of the morning. And there's nothing wrong with that. For me personally, top of the morning to you, laddies. Right as I'm about to fall asleep, I was sleeping on my tummy, and it's so freaky. This has never happened to me. Instead of a leg kick, it felt like someone had like put their hands like this on my shoulder blades and neck and went, "Hoo!" And I was like throttled. I was tweaking. I was like, "Oh!" I don't know. If anyone were to go scrub through the VOD and look at bedtime, you would probably see me like bounce because I like literally on the couch that hard. It was weird, but it was not a ghost. Listen, you know how I feel about that. You need to be a good reason to be a ghost. Ghosts aren't just like hanging out. You need to have a good reason to be, ooh. My twin is psychic bound? Might that be why wall-to-wall carpeting became popular, to hide all the scary noises? I mean, I think they put carpeting in for a lot of reasons. Warmth, sound absorption. What if sleep paralysis demon? Whenever I've had sleep paralysis, it's never been like one thing. Like I know people say like they see, I don't know, the Hat Man or whatever, like a tall figure. That's never been the case for me. When I have sleep paralysis, it's just always been like, you wake up, but your body's asleep, so my eyes are open, and the room would just fill up with water. That was my experience. No person, no dude. Just like the room was filling up with water. And I remember that happening hey man, good morning. Have I said that yet? I think filling up with water is less scary than a tall dude. Way less scary. No, that is not scarier. Hell no. Because I'm not actually drowning, it just looks like I'm gonna. I used to have it when I was a teen, but only a couple of times as an adult. It's strange. Mine felt like how you described. I have something pushing or pulling me and I feel like I can't move. Yes, yes. The first time I really felt it like really, really badly. Of course, it's like really emotional, right? And really scary because you don't know what's going on. But the first time that it happened, I was really small. I was like a kid. And I woke up, eyes open, body asleep. And I remember thinking, oh my God, there's a ghost on my chest. Because I couldn't sit up. So I was convinced that there was a ghost just like weighing me down because I was like, internally, I have a mouth but I cannot scream because I was convinced that there was a ghost and he was pushing me down because I could not move. What? Weird. Okay, back to what I was saying. I know we got distracted. I think you should leave the show. I'm not telling you to leave. And I'm gonna throw a couple things in some boxes. No fish. No fish. Ghost peed in the coffee. He peed in my soup. My soup! What was I gonna do? Oh. Windows is shutting down. Force reboot. I was gonna do something. Actually, I want to finish my coffee first. Okay, I'm gonna finish my coffee first. Text Gabe, I don't work here. Okay, I want to finish my coffee first. So, do you guys, I know it's not Northern Lion o'clock. Maybe we could do a puzzle. Cool. I don't have to ask for your permission anyway. Awesome. What a pain in the ass. Funk yeah, puzzle. I actually really want to do Cinephile because I never have before. I really, really, really want to do it. But I'll do it as I am. Here's the thing. I'm going to say this to the people who are here right now and never again. It's not like I do a wicked good Northern Lion impression. I'm still going to be me. And we're just going to be doing puzzles. And I just want to make that abundantly clear. Nothing about that is going to change. There might be one thing that's different, but you can probably guess what that is. Oh my god, he has glasses. Oh my god, I'm so face blind. I mean, not face blind. That's a different thing altogether. I did not even notice he had fucking glasses. I never noticed stuff like that. Oh my god. I never noticed. That's so funny. Wow. Wow. No. Thank you. Slurp. Okay, I apologize. Let me put this down. Thank you so much for the raid. Thank you. I'm sorry, how do I pronounce your name? For now, I'll call you Tio. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, guys. My name's Yeb, Young Elderberry. I just had the really cool opportunity to be able to have a cup released with Gamer Sups, my waifu cup. So I'm doing a 3-day CUP-A-THON. Today's the last day. And we have 2 hours on the clock. And that's everything you need to know about me ever. That's it. Don't look at our clips. Don't ask my chat what we do here. That is everything, and there is nothing else. How are you? How was your stream? What's the objective? Hawk the cup. The objective is to tell more people about the cup and to get more people to buy the cup. And it's about the cup. Cup, cup. Cup, 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 cup. 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 Buy cup. They eat all the time on stream. Okay, cool, because I really want to drink this. Thank you. I am so tired. Oh yeah, there's my cup right there. That's my cup. That's so crazy. I've never seen so many ways to pronounce one name. The objective is to celebrate, actually, to better answer your question, because it's just a really nice, it's just really cool. It's really cool. Not a lot of people get this opportunity, and I feel very grateful. And I will admit that I very rarely allow myself to celebrate accomplishments. So to celebrate, I did more work. Isn't that just, that's what, right? ZTO. ZTO. Most people say it different, but how do you say it? That's the question. I don't care how other people say it. What's your name? So impressed you're still going. Oh my gosh, Detective Sternson. Of course, we never quit. Listen, okay, I understand. This might be a lot of yours guys' maybe first time marathoning stream with us. You gotta understand something about us. Like rye? Oh, Zai, like rye. Why is there a T? Oh wait, okay, let me finish your message. Zai, T-O. Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate the Hooked on Phonics lesson, Zai, T-O. Anyway, oh my god, did you miss who done it? Guys, the murder mystery last night was amazing. So fun. Who did it? I need closure. Well, we're gonna turn it into a YouTube video, so if you want to wait like a month, you can just wait a month. And then that video will be up. Schedule one game. Uh-oh. Why do I feel like this is a D's Nuts? No, I haven't heard of it. Schedule one D's Nuts. Sorry. It is on the VOD. Yes, that's true. What's schedule? Okay, I'll look it up. What's schedule one? I play games, but not on stream. Unless it's Repo. I love Repo.
Milady.
What the? The people need their fix, and you need your money. Hello? Weed? Oh, fuck yeah. Guys, this is Denver Simulator. Skateboarding, grow weed. Oh, bitch. I'm gonna say something bold though. I don't like this like graphic style. What do we call this? Oh my god, why are we fighting? This like 3D googly eyes. Don't like it. No, Roblox is way more square. I'm actively playing it. So good. Really? Okay. Well, you know me, I like to be on the cutting edge. I like to be on the, Damn. I'm really glad I caught that. I was about to say something so gross. I was gonna say I like to be on the tip of the dick of the zeitgeist. But I wouldn't say that because that's nasty. Can one person play as a waiter while one person as Jesse? Oh, as Walter White. Waiter. Waiter. There's a fly in my soup. Forget the bleeding edge. I'm on the tip of the dick. And I'm about to break.
Thank you for resubscribing to my friend Yeti.
Morning, Yet.
Good morning.
Smile.
Good morning, Komi Yusuck. Good morning. Good morning. Beep, 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 beep. Man, so here, God. I kind of wish that I could be like a morning streamer. I wish I could have morning streams because it would be so nice just to wake up, have coffee with you guys, be Northern Lion, but without being bald and having glasses, as I've just found out he has. And just be silly and like sit and like just like and listen to music and blah 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 blah. And you're saying, yeah, you can do that. There's nothing stopping you. Shut up. Yes, there is. It's a dog-eat-dog world, this platform. You gotta be on the tip of the dick of the zeitgeist. You gotta be doing the hot new thing, which is obviously not skateboarding at a skate park or traveling and then not doing anything where you traveled to, doing a murder mystery. Tying yourself to a chair. I would almost want to like start a second channel to do it too. I wouldn't want it to impact our like normal stream stuff, like even remotely. It sounds nice. I don't know if I'd be able to keep it up consistently, and I really would not want to cause any detriment to the stream whatsoever. I would just want to see what would happen. But it's a pretty big risk, so don't know. That sounds pretty zeitgeisty. I don't know. My mornings are pretty important to me. I like to wake up and do nothing, so. Traveling is so exhausting, yeah, and who wants to do anything when you actually get to the destination? Me. I love doing shit. I'm such a get up and go annoying ass bitch. I never stop. And then I'm like, why am I tired? Why do I feel faint? Waking up and doing nothing is based, and I'll do it again. And I don't care who knows it. Dog. Gay. Plain. It's been a while since I've done Contexto because it had been pissing me off. Oop. I don't know why. Milk? Low-key, I love a long, boring morning. Same. Dude, I love waking up. Rolling out of bed. I feed my cats, priority. I get my coffee. I sit on the couch. I put myself in a blanket and I don't move. And I stay there. And I don't move. And maybe even if I'm feeling bad, I'll fall back asleep. Ooh. After my coffee, which I can do, by the way. A shrubbery. What does he say? We demand a shrubbery.
Thank you for
Is that all?
to my friend
Let's go, Waiting Pilot. Thank you. Yeah. Oh yeah. Hold on, chat. You're cutting yourself off. Dog wakes me up. Let him out in the yard while coffee is brewing. Chug coffee, take meds, return to bed with dog, sleep more. Yo, you got a plan, and I love that. We love a little routine. I'm not a don't talk to me until I've had my coffee person, but I am a don't talk to me until I've been awake for at least 2.5 hours person. That's intense. Yeah, we would not vibe. I wake up swinging. I wake up and I'm like, that probably doesn't surprise you. Give me word tree. Give me tree word, paper. I'm really bad at this today. Wood. You don't know anything. I know it all. See what I mean? Example. Took a suggestion from chat. Nothing. Flaccid. Not potent. No. Nothing. Not virile. Me? I'm B-rel as fuck. I'm sorry. Oh my god, no, it's okay. You were just playing the game. I'm sorry I used you as cannon fodder for a funny haha. You're fine. Impotent by choice. Okay. Wood. Stick. You know why I like this game? Because I enjoy thinking one word at a time. It just makes sense to me. It's just life is simpler. Wood, stick, twig, sky, wood, tree, stick. Well, oh, we're going in circles now. Bush, branch, branch, ranch. No. Have you seen that one game show where all they do is say what the... Yes, I have. I saw the one... Who made a video about that? Drew Gooden? Some YouTuber made a video about that. No, it was Danny Gonzalez made a video about that. Yeah. It was pretty funny too. And I aced it also, because they were showing like weird fruits. Did you see any more fish? Sure did. Lots of fish. Last night we got a fish that just kind of like backed its ass up on our camera. There's probably a clip of it somewhere. Did chat ever leak what the secret was? No! They don't want a blood diamond. Yeah, the YouTube white dudes. Wood. Wood. Apple. 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 Rock. What made of? Wood. 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 Oak. Wood. Wood. Hat. Wood. No. Maybe. Okay. Wood. Huh? Bonfire? Firewood. Eh? No, it's definitely not plank. What the heck? Chair. Oh no, chat, did you guys get to see the video that was, what are chairs? Are chairs real? Camp? I think that might be too broad, and I'm gonna prove it to you. Oh my god, you're onto something. Tree was the first word we put in, so if you look, you probably can't read it because it's too small. But if you look, these are all words that we've done already. Still too small. How about now, motherfucker? Motherfucker? Vapor. What made of? Fuck, I fell for my own ploy. We had fireplace. Bro, leave a brain cell for the rest of us. What's the... Okay. All right. But what is the next step? Because I don't know what's closer. I don't know what's after that. I don't think it's fire pit. I kind of only want to listen to veggies. Fire pit. I went wood, fire, oak, log. Oh yeah, fire. Oh my god, you're right. I said bonfire too. Not a real word. You guys made that word up. It's not real. You girl, yo girl, go to sleep. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Yeah. You know what? I haven't slept in 2 days. 1 is the correct answer. You won. Right. My bad, sorry. No, I just like, no. You know what? This is the one time that where an apology is not sufficient. Because like, imagine walking up to anybody while they're just doing their thing. Go to sleep. No. You know what? You know what my stream is gonna do for you? Teach you fucking social etiquette, nerd. Don't talk to anyone like that. Unless you know them well. And you don't know me. Tighten up. Hearth. No, hearth is too broad. Puzzles, woo! Yep, I'm serious, you won. It's bugged. Oh. Should I refresh it? Let's type fireplace again. Fuck you, Contexto. I say to the fuck you guy. Alright, so if we give up, what happens? I guess you're right, there's never really a 0, huh? Oh! We're going for extra credit. Well? And that's what I'm talking about. And that's what I'm talking about. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, the coffee machine sounds like it's haunted. Thank you, veggies. Let's do another one. That is so fucked up. That is really crazy. It was fireplace. It was bugged. It bugged. And it just didn't give us the screen that we wanted. That's so crazy. This is like... Talk about being on the tip of the dick of the zeitgeist. So, this is going to be a mortgage. What's like a good mortgage? Okay. 24. So, I feel like eggs nowadays are like, almost like maybe $1 an egg. It is Costco though. So maybe like, yeah, like $19.99. Probably more. Lower? Free range? I mean, granted, I'm not gonna buy this. I eat a lot of eggs, and I do prefer free range, but I'm not paying $19.99 for fucking eggs, because I'm a dingus. I'll see that, and I'll go, that's too expensive. And then I'll see the, like, I don't know, 12 count for 10, and I go, much better deal. Ah, much better. $15.99. I'm gonna say $14.99. Damn, bitch. How is it less than $15? A normal, like a carton of 12 eggs at like a not Costco free range is $15. And I'm not exaggerating. In California, that has been my experience from what I've seen. Seriously, and you could, like, I want to hear from you. A carton of eggs in California, 12 eggs, I have seen free range, $15, sometimes even more. That's what it's like in Colorado too. Kirkland is impervious to bird flu. This might be like pre-egg inflation prices. That is €4. Now, I don't know conversion, so that I don't know how much €4 is. Does that mean $4? I was gonna say speak American. Dog. Well, it's a good thing I didn't say that. Dude, I want an egg dealer so bad. I want an egg I wanted chickens. Man, I wanted chickens. Honestly, don't remember the last time I got eggs for less than 10 bucks. Same! It does depend on your location, huh? Alright, you guys were saying what? 20, 12? You guys were saying 12? Dude, okay, fucking $9.99? No way! No way! No way! $11.99? I miss eggs. I just gave up on buying them. I buy them a lot less. This is crazy. I don't know what to do. This is the final guess I feel like I'm throwing. I've never lost Costco before. Just got a couple fingerboards? Man, and I'm blocking it. Thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you love them. And for those of you who are curious, exclamation point GG or exclamation point cup. $8.99? It's not $5.99. This is ridiculously low prices for eggs. I'm sorry for lying about eggs. Wait, you lied? Are officially cheaper than non-vegan options. No shot. I guess we're going vegan? Wait. Like the Just Egg? Are you talking about like egg replacement is now cheaper than real eggs? If that's true, I mean, I'd do it. I'm ready. I'm ready. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'm being so for real. A new era has began. Oh, the dairy options. Okay, never mind. Frozen nuggets and stuff. Oh, cool. Well then, I'm already on the tip of the dick of this information. That's not a word. All right, so what are we saying? $8.99? $8.99? $8.99? $7.99. But what if you're wrong? $7.49. I'm gonna go. Okay, my gut is telling me it might be $7.49. I'm gonna go $7.49. I'm gonna trust my gut. My gut has failed me. That's not real. No, I don't take this as a loss because no shot. There is no way. This is not updated. This is not a real world that I live in. This is a scam. In what reality? I'm gonna go on Costco's website right now and look up the price for organic, free-range, 24-pack eggs. I'm gonna do that right now. Man, when the song comes on and we're not doing anything hype, I feel like I'm letting the world down. Oh, so you're just not going to show me eggs? So you're just not going to show me eggs? So you're just not going to show me eggs? Okay, Costco's website doesn't have the eggs. Uh-oh, I heard a car door. Why doesn't this have a price? It's got a skew. They're hiding the evidence. It's probably sold out due to the price. Huh? They're probably sold out due to the price typo. No, not how that works. Specifications. They're vegetarian. God damn it. Whatever. We've been had. Oh, they want a zip code. Should I just make one up? You give me your zip code. Make up a zip code. What's like what is like a metropolitan area that no one lives in? 90210? That's like, isn't that like LA? Wouldn't that be like the most expensive? 69420 is not anyone's zip code in the world. Is that a Florida zip code, Veggies? It's Beverly Hills. Yeah, LA. Same thing. Guys, 42069 is not a zip code, she said, typing it in just to see. That is not a zip code. Okay, 02302. All right, not working. Never mind. The world may never know. I'm going to make millions. Oh, by the way, I was wrong. I paid for the carry-on for my flight so I could take the skateboard back with me. It was $84. I wish I had a tiny little luggage. Now I wish I did. Now I wish I did, so I fucking could bring shit back with me. Although, I don't want to be carrying 3 suitcases, so there's that. Because now I'm carrying a lot more, I am carrying more shit. Yeah. It is. It is an insane markup. Okay, I'm gonna get more coffee. I'm sorry, chat. I'm procrastinating. I don't want to. I don't want to do it.
The gifted son?
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Oh, we're gambling? What did you do, Beagle? Beagle? Thank you for the 5. So, I am so cold. Mon Dieu. You know, sometimes I just be sitting and I think about, close one. Sometimes I just be sitting and I think about Dude the dog and his uncanny ability to do skateboarding.
The gifted son?
Such a gifted talent. Frank! like you pissed on the rug. Frank! Oh, Frank. Like Frank died because he pissed on the rug. Frank, thank you so much. I'm sorry you didn't win. Did we end up skating? Yeah, I ate shit. It was awful. But that had nothing to do with the skateboarding. I just ate poop. I ate the poo-poo. I love that dog so much. I cannot stop thinking about him. Is the poop from the fish doorbell?
The gifted son? Oh boy.
Ken-san is me? I said your name right, my fault. Kinosime? Okay, but the next one's gonna win. The next one's gotta hit. It owes us. Next one has gotta hit. It owes us. Come on. Come on. Come on. Rah. Crumple for me. I know how much I love you. My bread. Can I make the dog my carry-on? When the dude was like closing up shop after like, you know, drilling the board, I was just I was honestly petting the dog the whole time. And I was saying to him,
The gifted sub?
I was like, you should come with me. Come with me. Stay with me, dude. And the guy was like, ha ha ha. Frank, I would like to apologize. I misled you. But you can't have that back. It's mine now. It's mine forever. So, thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Frank. And may I say, your complexion is so amazing. Creep on the right? Where? Where? Oh, the puzzle. Okay, you can't just be saying creep on the right. Are you fucking kidding me? Hello? Where? Bruh, of course I'm gonna get scared. Like, are they seeing something that I can't? Yep, loving the fit today. My shoes are red, but I don't wear shoes inside. I planned a theme for my... Dog, you don't know. So let me explain to you. I planned a color theme for my fits for this fucking CUP-A-THON, and the theme was red. I brought my red Converse, and I had a little bit of red in almost all my fits, except I didn't wear that. I did not wear that, the things that I'm talking about. What did I wear yesterday? What did I wear yesterday? What did I wear yesterday? Yeah, I didn't wear red yesterday. So I'm a liar. I actually didn't wear red the first day either. Yeah, I'm a liar. That wasn't for the Nordland cosplay? I mean, he is known for wearing Tata shirts. Pinstripes. Your office worker outfit. You know what? I didn't mean to sell the work from home outfit so good, but I did. Pinstripe fit. Guys, my shirt was a normal shirt. You guys are really latched onto those pants. Okay, creep. Cause I'm a creep. Oi. Huh? What the hell is a CY word? Civic. Cyst. Cervical. No. Cylinder. Cyan. I was reading that. I was reading that, Sir Digby Toboggan. My work from home fit is a hoodie with a button-up shirt. Hell yeah! Oh wait, there's more to that sentence. Wait, there was more to that sentence. I just went, yeah! Hoodie with a button-up shirt! Yeah! These ads. I only have 2 monitors, so I am kind of struggle busing reading chat. Concrete. Used to work from home in underwear and a bathrobe, but it made me feel like shit after a while. It is really important to and I've been saying this, even if you're going nowhere, get dressed, do your makeup, make yourself pretty. It's important. You got to do it. It's very important. There's like in all the rooms in this place, there's like little mirrors. You probably saw it when we did the tour, but it blip in your memory. Little mirrors on the desks, and they're literally this tall. They open up, so they have like magnifying mirrors on the side and a power button in the middle, so it has like a light. Very convenient. So when I saw that, I was like, how considerate for the lady folk. But when I used it, like you kind of have to like crane your neck down to like do your makeup. So I made a mental note for some reason to let my cousin know, hey, don't use that mirror for your makeup. Because I'm so considerate. He doesn't wear makeup. But when I told him this, he was like, oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, I was gonna use it for my lip curlers and my, that was all I could think of. And I was like, you're welcome. Your lip curlers are safe with me. Plant! Holy shit, that's so obviously plant. Do you mind? Oh wait, that's not plant. He's like, no, I live here. No, you don't. No. There are so many little things that I remember from this CUP-A-THON. Man, you guys are great, but you suck. You guys didn't, I wanted to see the clip of me talking to my cousin and then him saying that he was a One Piece fan. And then me going, then who's your favorite character? Like as if that would catch him in something, and then he said, Goku. I loved that. Hold on, let me think. Pliat. 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 It's Pliat. The bottom one is Pliat. The bottom one is Pliat. It's Pliat. Oh, it's pleat. So what I said. So what I said. Literally what I said. Ooh, I almost spilled this. The Bare Naked Ladies, the band, Pog. Did you know they did the theme for The Big Bang Theory? Did you know? Oh my god, is it? You nailed it, bud. Is this Eiffel? Eiffel Tower? Cynic. I did that one on my own. I did that one on my own. I wasn't even looking. Oh, yeah. Jumping Jelly 6. Millennial made this website. Millennial made this website. Clept, cynic, naive, elite, pleat. And creep. Creep on your right. I thought, what the hell? You can, hey, it's okay. I can mod. Hey, streamer's here. I can take care of it. If you need to take a break, please go rest. I can fully mod. It's okay. Damn, this is a lot of ads. I like to apologize for making you guys watch so many ads while you're watching my stream. I really do inundate you with a shit ton, don't I? You know what, chat? We're doing it live. Where does he put this? Like right here? Like this big. And then he like never hides his monitor. Like monitors stay up. Well, he probably has like 10. I don't think he has a chat on his screen, but I'm going to because I need to. How else will I read? You guys are gonna have to go behind me though. Get behind me! Or is he over here? I think he's wherever he needs to be. He's everywhere and he's nowhere. It's the Jesus Christ. Talk about your Peloton. Oh, my Peloton race this morning? Well, yeah, I mean, I finished first, and my wife was there at the end. You know, what more could a guy with a 401k ask for? What more could a privileged white man from I don't know where I'm from ask for? So I went to go see this really avant-garde movie. What's a Hatsune Miku? Listen, I don't know what a Vocaloid. Oh, does he curse? Oh, hell no. He has a toddler. She can drive. I'm just gonna say OOC when I'm Yeb. I don't think he talks to his chat, right? I mean, does he? He talks about cum too? Well, I think he talks about everything. But he doesn't curse. I have not heard him curse. I've not heard him curse at all. He does? All right. Let's go see if we can find some Googling Garys. I could take a crack at it. Yeah, I could take a crack at it. What is this? The game. I'm looking for the game. The game. The game online. The game. The game. The online. The game. The game. Cinephile. The game. Oh, Cinetune Nerdle. What's a cinephile? Oh my god. I think I just made up a new sex offender. Okay. Yeah. Someone who liked movies. I got one, +2. Burgle. I've never been on this website. I have no idea how to work this thing. How do we drive this? How do we drive this? Battle. Battle Royale? Classic. Battle 2.0. Classic. Uh-oh, what have I done? Ah! You guys know when Northern Lion makes that noise? Yeah, I was just referencing that really famous clip of when he goes, and then he goes, You guys know that clip? Okay, I actually forget how to play this game. I so forgot how to do this. Okay, help me. I'm looking to cheat. Oh, what the fuck? I've not seen Chef. All right. right, it's just the first game. All right, it's just the first game. Okay, all right, can't be, you know. I know what would help. Now this I can do. Now this I can do. Now this I can do. All right. This is my tempo. I know what it is, but I just want to hear the next part. Oh, oh, Haktua. I don't know what Northern Lion says. I really don't watch him. I do, but more recently. Don't you hate it when your bald creases get all, they flap together and you gotta oil them up? And then your wife comes in. Do you know I'm married? I also have a toddler. Yeah, let me DM her to make sure she's ready for me to raid in. Hold on, let me DM my wife. Ready for raid? I only catch his streams at the end. That's literally all I know. He does that every time. Sorry, I should have been paying attention. I know that's every stream, but it's always at the end. Oh wait, oh wait, oh wait, I know this. Oh, sorry. Oh, Linkin Park. Okay, I did also think that it might be an oh, what? No, it's not Umbrella. It's Eminem, maybe? Oh, there's electric guitar though. I really want to hear it. Dog, this is Linkin Park. Oh. Come on, it's obvious, chat. You don't understand. I have superior bald hearing. Sing it. No hair to stop the noise. This kind of sucks. It's very itchy. I don't like it. I don't know how long I could actually hold. It's making my psoriasis mad. The sound waves, they roll off my smooth dome. Hey, does Northern Lion pee with his mic on stream? This is my helmet for skating, yes. Okay, you're right. It's Numb by Linkin Park. Does he pee on stream with his mic on? Does he go pee with his mic on? He does? Okay. He goes to BRB. I would never do that to you. I'm the better Northern Lion. Let's keep it real. I don't think he That doesn't need to be driven anywhere. Hey, it's my toddler. What the fuck is this? What did I tell you guys about doing stuff? What the hell? Hey, what's up? Wait, hold on. Hey, guys, it's me. So I matched with this guy in Cine 2 file, and he just FF'd immediately after I said chef from 2024. I think he was probably typing in his Discord to his friends like, oh my god, I matched with Northern Lion. This chair goes really far back. Am I about to have a nosebleed? Wait, am I about to have a nosebleed? I need a tissue. I think I'm about to have a nosebleed. I need a tissue. I genuinely think I'm about to have a nosebleed. I don't get nosebleeds. I get even. That Mountaineer is not agreeing with them. I will fuck you up. It's my favorite thing Northern Line says. Anyway, she never said OOC. Stop it. So I was, I matched with somebody in Cine 2 file and they FF immediately. They're probably talking to their friends in Discord like, I matched with NL. Let's try that again though. We could do better. Nosebleeds are a side effect of stealing identities. How do I go again? Take me back. Leave game. Obviously. Yeah, game over. Leave game. I lost. New game, please. Find game. Okay, this time let's lock in. Chat, name a bunch of movies. Let's warm up. Warm up. Name a bunch of movies. Go. That's the brain trying to cope with having too many identities. Twins, Juno, Game Over, Holes, The Labyrinth, Neapolitan Dynamite, Finding Nemo, Godfather, G-Force. All right, now name some actors. Now name some actors. I really liked Mickey 17. This is both, I'm both Yeb and Northern Lion right now. I really liked Mickey 17. The director absolutely hit it out of the park. I think everybody did a superb job. Robert Pattinson, amazing, loved it. I wouldn't change a thing about that movie. I think everyone should go see it. It was so good, so silly, so goofy, so camp. Go see Mickey 17. That is a high recommend from me. I can't understand why anyone would not like that movie. Vin Diesel? All right, I think I'm ready. You said Vin Diesel and I locked in. All right. Okay, this should be pretty easy. I'm the king. I am good at everything. I know who I am. I am bald. I am very good with, you know why I'm bald? Because I think thoughts and they're heavy and that's why my hair fell out, is because my brain's too fat. Oh! So we just got to find the link between this movie and the next thing. So we're starting with, and I believe the games gave us 101 Dalmatians chat. So help me cheat. Thanks so much. I'm sorry. I don't read chat. My name's Northern Lion. So I matched with this guy in Cine 2 file, and they lost instantly. I think they were probably typing in their Discord that they matched with Northern Lion. I mean, I don't mean it like that. I don't mean it like that. Googling Gary, Googling Gary. How do I go again? Rematch?
Did you know if you give a mouse a cookie, he may ask you for a glass of milk, and then see poo, he may ask you for a glass of milk, and then see poo, he may ask you for a mirror to make sure he does not have a milk mustache.
Northern Lion doesn't think subs. He doesn't? Well, I do, because I'm the better Northern Lion. So I thank you so much for the 20. Did you knows? Did you knows if you gives a mouse a cookies, he may ask you.
Morning, NL in chat. Did you know Yepsu
Morning, NL. Good morning. How does he talk? I know how he talks. I understand his cadence. I can copy his cadence. What I can't copy is his personality. Because he's all over the place. Sometimes I'm like, oh, he's like his humor is very straight. He plays it straight. He's a straight man. And he probably is, sexuality-wise. But then like sometimes he's talking and then he goes, what did he say? I was in the shower yesterday and I had stream up and he said something like, white man gets electrocuted, gets a lobotomy and he gets the pass to say the N-word and something, and he's like, oh no. Like he starts, I forgot what he was saying. Wee. 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 We. That's how he would say it. I don't know how to like get back in a game immediately. I'm on a streak. I'm on a streak. All right, now that we understand how to play the game and we've won one, we're on a hot streak. We. Listen, I'm elder millennial. I don't do anything on my phone. I don't get movie tickets. No, I go to the booth and I talk to the nice lady. Okay, Lion King. I don't watch that. Well, maybe because I have a toddler daughter, did you know? So I take her to the movie. No, I don't. Maybe, I don't know, do I? All right. Wee. So we gotta find the link. Oh, I have to enter a movie. Fuck. Your mom? What? Why? All the other ones, okay, maybe because all the other ones I was the second player. Hold on, I wasn't prepared for that. That wasn't my fault. I was always the second player in the other ones. In the other ones, I was a second player. Hold on. Rolled, shut up. Okay, see? See what I mean? Setup phase. See? What the fuck was that? What happened in the other one? Okay. Can I just enter shit? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, that was my turn. Who the fuck is Dottie Smith? I don't know who that is. Do you guys see this many ads when Northernline streams? It'll tell you if there's no link. I know. Trust me, I watch Booty play this game. So I matched with this guy in Cine2 file, and he didn't even type. I'm assuming because he was talking to his friends in his Discord, and he was saying, I matched with Northernline. I didn't mean it like that. All right, one more. I feel I'm blood in the water. Blood in the water. Blood in the water. The Jungle Book. Again? Okay, fine. Watch this. Watch my feet. Oh, it's the opponent's turn. Damn it! I mean, all right, that's fine. I don't get worked up. I actually say at the same cadence, but then I'll say something crazy in the same cadence. Why do you fuckers keep mentioning chef? Fine. Two could play that game. Okay, never mind. John Farvo. The name is so familiar. Sofia Vergara? John Luguzamo? Oh, he's in Monk. I lost. I can't end on a bad note. I can't end on a bad note. Two guests in one. Maleficent. Oh, fuck. I think I could be good at this if I locked in. If I wasn't live, I really think I could be fire at this. It's hard when you're live. It's really hard. All right, I can do this. Locking in. Salt? Oh, I haven't seen that. Okay, Angelina Jolie. What is it when they bend the bullet? What is it called when they bend the bullet? What is it called when they bend the bullet? Tomb Raider. Numb by Linkin Park. Got it, nailed it. Oh, and they can't think of anything. They got nothing. So I matched with this guy in Cine2 file, and he didn't even try. I think that he was typing to his friends in his Discord that he matched with Northern Lion. I don't mean it like that. This is fun, chat. This is fun. Is there anything else you want me to do while I'm bald? Good bit. Thank you. I agree. 17 hours of trick shot sim. Oh. Is that Mr. Worldwide? Oh, God. Give it a slap? I can do that. I just hit my head. You just asked me to hit myself in the head. So I gotta go hop on my Peloton. Let me message my wife. See if she's ready. Are you prepared for games? Waiting for my wife. Okay. All right. Okay. Uh-huh. Okay. She's ready. Kate, are you ready? Bye. I don't even know how he says bye. I don't know anything about this man. This was fun. Good bit. I was Yeb the whole time. I was Yeb the whole time. I'm not Northern Lion. I'm Yeb. I was Yeb the whole time. That's right, bitches. He's not bald? I'm Yeb. I'm trying to, here. This might clear some things up. Oh yeah, I saw that I had a ping. I'm gonna go look at it. Woman. To what end? Oh, hey, Yeb. I was wondering when he got his septum piercing. Whoa, man. Woman. Hey, can I ask you guys a question? The zipper's broken, that's why I had trouble with it. Can I ask you guys a question? And don't laugh. So, okay. No? So everyone who says no is gonna get a 1-minute timeout. Because when I say, can I ask you a question, you know the only acceptable answer is yes. And community members who say no have no place here. I missed the fish doorbell. Well, too bad. You gotta listen to me first. Is an open book, dog. Asterisk, asterisk. 69 seconds. Okay. So upon messaging with Keth, I think I've realized a major boo-boo. I need help. I need, like, damn. I be saying shit and, like, nobody corrects me until it's way too late. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you what's wrong. Here it is. Ready? Actually, no. I'm gonna do you one better. Okay. Hey, my cousin, my awesome, so smart cousin.
What's up?
May I ask you to join me in here in the room?
Yeah.
Cool. So, let me ask you a question. Let's say I started the stream on Monday at 4:30 p.m. And I ended the stream at Wednesday, cut off 5:30, let's say. How long did I stream for?
It's 2 days and an hour.
Technically, yes, but technically Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is 3 days.
Yes, they are 3 separate days.
So that's my point, is when I said 3 days, what I meant was Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. over the span of 3 days.
I think it counts.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. I understood it that way. Okay, so the thing that I was talking to Keth about, Keth was like, oh, so what did you say? Like, what time does it end tomorrow? And I was like, tomorrow? What do you mean tomorrow? It ends tonight. You were hard on the span. Now, what does that mean? Literally stupid to call this anything but 3 days. Well, I did say, like, I think I directly did say 72 hours at a point. I think I did say 72 hours, but that would be lying. I said I set the cap to 72 hours, but that doesn't line up with how everything was planned. Because I'm thinking like, okay, how many hours in 3 days? 72 hours. I'm streaming Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Duh. Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to clear up that in case anybody was confused. Did anybody else, was anybody confused on that? If things ever get tough, if I'm ever feel like people have stopped caring about me and the next stream, you check in on me and I'm like that guy from SpongeBob where he has glass skin and paper bones, or is it backwards? That's when I've been getting desperate. Hospital room. Excuse me, nurse, could you plug in my Ethernet cable? Full body cast. Chat, I really done it this time. I Jesus Christ Superstar off the fishbowl into the power lines, chat. Anywho, okay, so that was fun. Did you guys like our northern? Sorry, I'm stretching. It's rude to talk while you're stretching. Ow, my back. Oh, ow. Did you like our Northern Lion? Look, I'm so smart. I can fucking kiss myself. I'm gonna do it. I can say every time. Did you like our Northern Lion? 10 minutes, 20 minutes of being Northern Lion? Hospital arc starts now. Oh yeah, baby. Did you ever notice your typo? In what? I don't make mistakes. Everyone else is wrong. I literally never make mistakes. Are you still over chat? Oh, yes, I am. Yeah, I'm so over them. Ugh, aren't they annoying? So over them. Schedule said Northern Lion. I don't know. Sorry, I don't remember what we were talking about.
The gifted son.
Oh boy. Leaky boy. Leaky boy. Oh, we're gambling. What'd you get? Thank you so much for the 5. Pardon me. Nah. Guys, I got all these codes and no one gonna give them to. Wait, what? Wait. Another lion cosplay. Well, did I lie? It was another lion cosplay. Off-brand Northern Lion. Another lion. Did I lie? That's crazy. Another lion. Another one. Thank you, Leaky Boy. Okay, so today, chat, for the majority, the rest of stream, here's what's gonna happen. First things first, we have to break it down. I'm actually gonna break you down. Where did this all begin? No, I wanna talk about it. No, why are you the way you are? Is it 'cause of your mom? I know how she was. You didn't deserve that. No, you didn't. You deserve better than that. Are you crying yet? Assuming we hit cap, we're gonna have to reset the Twitch stream for the last 1 hour. That's stupid. That's dumb. No, I don't wanna. Maybe we should do it now then. Maybe we should do it now. So this would just be like a normal length of stream. When do I get to fight other chatters in Chatter Feud? Not today. I believe I said yesterday that we're cutting that, as well as Waifu Trick Shot, because we can do that at home. Are you guys cool with that? My mom is wonderful. So here's the thing, and let me explain before anything else. What I honestly, so we normally stream till 5:30 on Wednesdays anyway, so I do want to push it till 5:30. Can't wait for the Yep stream to start. But what I want to say is this. For stream today, if we do continue, what's going to happen is we're going to do Tied to a Chair media share. And then I think for the rest of it, truthfully, I want to have zero plan. I want to just do what we feel like doing in the moment, because this entire CUP-A-THON, we have had to do nothing but work, work, work. And I'm tired, Grandpa. I just want to be a silly little guy for the rest of the day. I want to skateboard, and I just want to do whatever impulse comes up. And I know you're cool with that, because you're cool. We agreed yesterday till Wednesday. I'm letting the people who are here now know that we did a lot during these 2 days. Yeah, full 2 days. Full 2 days. And yeah, I want to make this last day just about us hanging out. Really no concrete plans. Concrete. Really no concrete plans. Concrete. I can't say it without doing it. You guys think I'm cool? Where did that come from? So that's the plan. Just wanted you to know that. I do have to break down the desk and the monitor.